Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of €70,000 and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of €215,000 and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. Are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the sunny Karlsruhe today. What a weather we have outside, just incredible. Easter Sunday, what a day. We had spectacular action today in the 6th round. Now we are about to start the 7th round at the Grenke Chess Festival. I'm Peter Leko, your host, and I'm joined by Alexander Donchenko. Alex, please share your emotions, feelings, what's happening?
The first big thing is that I believe we are getting the clash we were anticipating. Vincent, who is in the lead, will be playing against Magnus, who is trailing by 1 point, along with, I believe, 10 other players. And this will, of course, be the big thing to watch out for. But even apart from that, we will see many clashes between elite players at the very top. And it's going to be an exciting round. I feel like we might finally, at long last, get a position that is very far removed from the classical starting one. But we will see about that.
Yes, and you see that contrary to other rounds, the stage is not yet full. In fact, hardly any player is there, because we have been also wondering that where are the pairings? And one could have anticipated, we already announced in the end of our broadcast, Alex was bringing the big news that it will be Vincent Keymer against Magnus Carlsen. We see Vincent, one of the first players to arrive. And as a coach of Vincent, here we have the pairings. I can say that I'm kind of happy that this encounter happens when Vincent is in great shape and he's playing with the white pieces. This doesn't give any guarantees against Magnus Carlsen, of course, but still better than playing against him with the black pieces. Magnus, after making 2 draws, kind of feels himself probably in a must-win situation. But look at Abdusatov against Jan Nepomucen. What a pairing. Vasil Lagraf against Hans Niemann. Luke Leon Mendonca against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Pranav Nihalsarin, Alexei Salna against the hero of the tournament, another German hero, Daniel Hausrath, making some sensational stuff, and Shashi Kiran, the Indian legend, against the young superstar from Uzbekistan, Yakuboev, and Lenny Dominguez against Denis Wagner. Wow.
Yeah, we see plenty of interesting clashes. We might expect the round to start in a few minutes. We see players coming in slowly. One thing to notice that since both Magnus and Vincent had a fixed board, it seems that Magnus still has some seniority there, since his fixed board overruled Vincent's one in the pairings.
So finally, Vincent with 6 out of 6 managed to get to the first board, yeah? Thanks to Magnus. Yeah, this is the setup. I'm loving it. The reason why Vincent's board is like fifth board, but I think Sven is about to announce everything. Let's go to the stage.
Traumbegegnung, die wir schon seit letztem Jahr immer als unser Titelbild hier auf der Leinwand haben, durften wir letztes Jahr in der letzten Runde erleben. Jetzt dürfen wir sie zu diesem tollen Tag, zur 7. Runde erleben. Vincent Keymer gegen Magnus Carlsen. Ich habe gerade gehört, die B-Gruppe wird gerade noch ausgehängt. Online ist es schon veröffentlicht. Für alle die, die noch nicht ihre Paarung genau sehen, wartet noch einen kurzen Moment und ich hoffe, euer Gegner wartet dann noch 2-3 Minuten, bis alle ihr Brett gefunden haben. Aber wir fangen jetzt hier trotzdem relativ pünktlich an. Ich darf einen weiteren Ehrengast heute vorstellen. Er ist einer der größten Sponsoren in den letzten Jahren im deutschen Schach. Deutsche Unternehmer aus Düsseldorf, hat auch den Düsseldorfer Bundesligaverein unterstützt und auch verschiedene Turniere, unter anderem in Düsseldorf. Vadim Rosenstein, herzlich willkommen.
Danke. Ja, schönen guten Tag. Sven, vielen Dank für die Einladung. Ich freue mich hier wirklich, hier zu sein. Ich freue mich auf einmal so vielen Schachfreundinnen und Schachfreunde auf einmal sehen zu dürfen. Ich kenne sehr viele persönlich. Ich wollte an dieser Stelle sagen, dass dies ein Paradebeispiel ist dafür, wie man Schachturniere organisieren soll. Und vielen Dank an Sven dafür. Ich hoffe, dass dieses Turnier auch die nächsten Jahre stattfindet und wir werden uns darum bemühen, die Teilnehmerzahl die nächsten Jahre auf mindestens 4.000 Teilnehmer zu erhöhen. Euch vielen Dank fürs Kommen und ich freue mich, euch die nächsten Male auch hier wiedersehen zu dürfen. Vielen Dank.
Danke, Vadim Rosenstein. Er wird jetzt zur Auslosung beim Sebastian Siebrecht die Stellung auslosen. Und wer den kleinen Zwischenton gehört hat, ich habe ihn zumindest gehört, er hat von wir gesprochen. Noch gehört er nicht zum Sponsorenkreis, aber man darf ja mal hoffen.
Ja, genau. Also ich hoffe, ihr habt alle gut zugehört, was der Vadim gerade gesagt hat. Das hört sich natürlich sehr, sehr positiv an für nächstes Jahr. So, ich freue mich jetzt, die 6. Runde, die Auslosung zu beginnen mit dem Vadim zusammen. Und da wollen wir mal gucken, welche Stellung wir jetzt für die 6. Runde haben werden. Das ist die 549.
549.
Das ist die 7. Runde, alles klar. Ich dachte gerade, ich habe die Zahl falsch vorgelesen. Die Runde ist doch total egal. Wichtig ist die Zahl.
So, bitte wieder alle zügig im Freestyle-Bereich die Bretter aufbauen, insbesondere bei den Live-Übertragungsbrettern. Ufuk, du gibst mir wieder ein Zeichen, wenn du soweit bei der Live-Übertragung bist. Vielen Dank. Auch nochmal ein besonderer Dank an den Ufuk, der hier mit seinem Team immer bei der Live-Übertragung zusammen mit dem Menno hier sorgt für die tolle Show. Die Partien sind frei. Viel Spaß.
And we are back. We have just seen the handshake between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. The game is on. This is position number 549. And look at this. This is already some kind of a shuffling. It's a fish and random kind of spirit, a new freestyle position. We do, however, see that kind of 5 pieces. I'm calling it out slowly because I cannot, by this moment, calculate, but it seems like it's a fair bet. Yeah, the rook on a1, knight on b1, bishop c1 at their original place. King on e1 stays in the center just as usually, and the rook on h1. However, Alex highlighted something very interesting. Please share your thoughts, Alex.
Yeah, I believe that despite 5 pieces being where they initially start out, this will lead to highly unusual gameplay because the white king, normally it would castle, well, in classical chess, mostly to the king side, which here is very hard to do because the queen needs to get out, and for that you need to move the pawns in front of where you want to send your king. Castling queen side is also pretty difficult with all the pieces, especially the d1 bishop, the c1 bishop needing to be developed for that. So I think we might see the kings stay in the center for a while, and we also see the top engine moves. They're pawn moves all over the place. d4, c3, f4, what is that? Is that E4 and F3? So kind of central moves, but moves like F3 or C3 there, well, at least to me, they're not natural at all. But what do you think, Peter? Will we see a lot of different first moves on this one?
Could easily be. To me, for some reason, I don't know, I haven't really calculated anything. E4 looks kind of very natural, with the idea to place that knight from F1 to E3. That comes to mind. Definitely the question, whenever there's a bishop on D1 and D8, that will be a huge question, where do we develop that bishop? Normally, C3, bishop B3, for example, is kind of a tempting direction because it could target the opponent's queen. The same applies from black's perspective, C6, bishop B6. And then we have seen, the computer was mentioning this move F3 also somewhere, that E4, knight E3, and then moving the F pawn, queen F2, short castle, for example. This could be some kind of a setup. Big question that, knowing that Magnus Carlsen is trailing Vincent Keymer by 1 point, it means that he certainly wants to create unbalance in the position. So I don't really see Magnus, for example, reacting after E4 with E5, and then knight E3, knight C6, and then give white the chance to decide that does he play for initiative, or he just keeps it kind of under control. On the other hand, Alex, do you see something that catches your attention after E4? Because I don't really see other good moves for black.
Let's see. We see actually Vincent open with D4, which is supposed to be the best move. But in general, I think that Magnus will be exceptionally happy with this one. First of all, it's a position that is very close to balanced. And I also think there are quite a few serious candidates to play for black. So he can easily imbalance the position without it staying symmetrical. Against E4, the question is now a bit moot, but there were probably ways to play with kind of C5, knight C6, or potentially something like this, maybe D6.
you can already ignore my E4, because since the game happened D4, probably we will have other games.
We will have other games with E4, and we will see what players come up with, because this is, I think, a position where it is very easy for black to just choose something original that is not too bad.
But original, for example, is F5 an original move? Because white has, for example, something like G4 going on. This queen on G1 gives white certain possibilities. And it's kind of funny. I know that Vincent cannot play solidly, and I encourage him to just be Vincent Keymer. That's it. That's all what you have to do. I know that he loves this game. He enjoys this game. Now he is 6 out of 6. Let's just enjoy this game to the maximum and play principal normal chess just like so far in the tournament, regardless of the tournament situation.
And at least his very first move is the computer's top choice, so we will see how Magnus reacts to it. F5 also caught my attention, so it might not be such a ridiculous move. G4, of course, a possibility, but we will have to see. Potentially, I would think that no, okay, we probably have to mind white playing E4, right? If we play some move that doesn't apply direct pressure, white will probably go E4.
Yes, if black is not mirroring, because if you want to be completely lazy, then of course you can most probably play the move D5. It's a super solid move. However, it determines the structure, and then it will be very difficult for black actually to create those unbalances that we talked about. Yeah, this is a very tricky kind of situation, that there is somewhere some temptation, I think, inside Magnus, that okay, I could play just D4, D5, and probably I have absolutely no problems equalizing and have a quiet game, but does this suit his tournament situation? How ambitious is he to think that this is the moment that somebody has to stop Vincent, because otherwise he runs away with the tournament? I think this is a conflict of interest also a little bit in Magnus's mind, that gambling, going for some gamble, some controlled gamble, or just stick to classical principles?
I think he will not play D5. That is what I would expect. Just imagine if, let's say, he got the position from yesterday morning, the one with just the king and queen swapped, where Tabatabai opened D4 and had him under pressure for a long time. how much would Magnus give in that game to just be able to play an unclear position where he plays something just to get his opponent kind of out of his comfort zone? And I think this position will offer him an opportunity to do just that. So if he doesn't take it now, then well, what else would it take to make him look for this opportunity?
Yeah, it's a tough spot because, yeah, Magnus just dupes the board. It has to be clean, perfectly clean, so that your mind will be clean and you can just absolutely focus on the game, no distractions whatsoever. You mentioned that Magnus has a big experience. The big experience can also actually signal him that, wait a second, this is such a position that, yes, I desire to break the symmetry, but actually it is way too dangerous. Yeah, it can also be this kind of dilemma. Contrary to all the Grand Slam Tour events and also another FIDE World Championship in Weissenhaus, where the top players had the chance with their groups to discuss. The white players discussed among the white players and the black playing players discussed by themselves. And then there was some kind of a consensus direction that what we are thinking, then of course a player could overrule. The reason why I also extremely enjoyed this exact time control during the whole Grand Slam Tour when it started, the first two events, because then despite having those discussions with the players, you still had then the chance to go back to your board and think, for example, for 5 minutes or 10 minutes alone with all the information that you got from your colleagues, and then, for example, deviate. But because you don't like something. On the other hand, when we are playing with the rapid time control, then all these discussions can actually completely influence you, because some very strong player tells you that, no, of course, here we have to go this, then you analyze this, and even if deep inside you disagree with it, you cannot really overrule it in 10-15 minutes game, what you have prepared. So I'm very happy that here we have this time control, and I'm also very happy that actually the players don't get the chance to discuss the starting position, because it feels more authentic like this.
Yeah, the only chance he would have is to ask his opponent what he thinks right after it gets paired, but
and D5,
here we go. Okay.
There we go. It was not a happy choice. If it would have been a happy choice, Magnus would have blitzed it out. I somehow sensed it. I looked at him, the way how he was sitting there, and he understood that, yeah, D4, F5 would be the move that I would normally play to try to break things, but it is probably not working so nicely. And he decides, let me play a mind game with Vincent. I'm seemingly playing a quiet game, and then Vincent will have the pressure that, do I try to play for some initiative? Do I try to keep things under control, which is not exactly Vincent's style? Very interesting psychological choice by Magnus.
Yeah, we also see already at least one player disagreeing with him. That is Nihal Sarin on board 5, who answered D4 with F5. And we have two more players, Abdusattorov and Vashila Graf, opening with D4, and their opponents, Nepo and Hans Niemann, are still thinking.
And not a single one played my native move, E4. Yeah, I just said that I did not calculate anything. I just look at the position. I see the king on E1, the knight on F1, and E4 knight is really smiling on me. Well, it did not smile on anyone else.
At least on the top 6 boards so far. Eventually, we will see the statistics for the first moves once they all come in, and then we will know how many people feel the same way as you do, Peter.
And look at Vincent. Vincent is also not entirely happy about this, because from one part it's kind of nice if we can play a solid game against Magnus. Draw probably suits Vincent tournament strategy. On the other hand, it's not his style, and maybe deep inside him he was hoping that in front of this big crowd, everybody is looking forward to this game, Magnus will do something fancy which is not exactly correct, and then Vincent will have the chance to counter it nicely. He's not getting a chance to do that after D4, D5. It will be a quiet game.
We'll see about quiet, but
slow. Let's put it this way then.
Yeah, I think that's fair, though. We need to think how to develop our pieces, because, for example, even a seemingly normal move like bishop f4 might just run into g5 with tempo, and suddenly we're just gifting useful moves to black.
Yeah, I don't want to let that happen.
I'm thinking
Certainly
that
not.
to me, knight c3 appears quite natural because, unlike in classical chess, we are not really in a position to support c2, c4. And I'm not sure. I would generally try to kind of aim for long castle if it's possible, but perhaps we need to play in a different way. What do you think?
What I think, yeah, I think this is also what Vincent is thinking. What should I think about this position? Yeah, look at this. He's also looking at the distance, trying to figure out which construction. Let me even place that knight back on b1. It's a very natural, and I'm very grateful to you that you called out the first move in this position, because I've had it. It's a challenge by itself. Knight c3, or is there an argument to also try to play f3? It's kind of a typical move.
See, you are one soul together with Vincent.
Yeah, one soul with Vincent and one soul with... there is a handshake between Nihal and Vincent. Yeah, very good friends. And this is one of the things that I'm also loving so much, that between all the youngsters, there is some tremendous chemistry. Yeah, they like each other, they root for each other, and basically they are getting energy from each other's successes. And whenever somebody succeeds with something, then the other players are getting inspiration from it, that, wait a second, if my friend already has done it, I think I'm also more or less the same level, then let me also in the next tournament or in the next period of time do something special. I have seen this with Gukesh. Yeah? Gukesh had a wonderful 2024. Prague suddenly exactly struggled a little bit that period. And then 25, it was then Prague's turn to shine and was just crushing every tournament. Vaikanze, Bucharest, the Grand Chess Tour, even the classical one, in a very convincing manner. So it's just so nice to see this.
Yeah, and here we see f3, and this will probably soon end the symmetrical moves here, unless we can actually support the tension in the center. But I would think knight c3 followed by e4 is kind of the plan here. And I don't know, we're just kind of fighting for the center in a very straightforward manner.
Yes, that was the reason why I felt like f3, I already know my guys, not just Vincent, because I feel like everyone who was part of this incredible freestyle Grand Slam tour last year, I feel like we are one company. We were together, we had dinners together, we traveled together, we shared all those moments. Then after the games, during dinner, we were discussing, yeah, what did we see as commentators, what they were feeling. And this d4, d5, f3 is kind of almost thematic. And there we have the statistic, 35 players, d4, thank you very much, 15 e4, somebody still wanted to hold my hand. Peter, we don't let you alone. Thank you very much, appreciate it. f4, 11, yeah, opening up the queen position, but still it surprises me a bit. b3, wow, really, with queen on g1, b3, this cowboy attitude, Adiban spirit is poisonous, as I see. And b4, orangutan, really, orangutan with queen on g1.
Yeah,
Alex, please, what do you think of that?
We see that we actually topped the 7 first moves from the last round. We have 8 this round, and single moves like b4, c4, knight c3, and g3. Very curious choices sometimes. Okay, g3 is a complete craziness, madness, no? What is this g3? This is someone who really wants to castle short after queen g2, knight e3. Yeah, but with the bishop on d1 and then weakening the light squares, and no, this is... Oof, I don't believe that in the Grand Slam Tour last year anyone would have ever even mentioned the move g3 in any of the discussions in a position like this. But, of course, this is also the point that finally everybody gets a chance to play this game. Everybody has a chance to try it. Not everybody has so much experience, of course. The top guys have advantage. Absolutely, they are not just brilliant players, but they have already played so many games on the highest level against each other. So, but still, I can say that always whenever you feel like, aha, maybe I'm slowly understanding something, then freestyle comes and shows that freestyle itself is the boss, not the player, yeah? Because some unexpected thing is coming.
and you become a student once again. So here we have the bird's eye view. D4, F5, G4, Vasil Lagraf, Hans Niemann, this is our game. What action-packed situation. And by the way, Magnus also played F3, F6, signaling respect to that idea.
We also see on the top boards we have either D4 or F4 played in the other two games by Mendonça and Sarana, and actually F4, F5 in Sarana versus Hausrad. So something about those D and F pawns seems to stand out in this particular starting position. People want to open up the bishop or the queen.
Yes, well, F4, I don't know, I don't like F4 so much, but of course it is a move. That's why it's also such a nice game, yeah, that everybody can bring his own personality, but be careful to control the situation. D4, F5, G4, also Pranav, Nihal. I feel like, did Nihal rush this F5? And the same applies to Hans. How much time did he spend on F5? And computer hates G4. Amazing, fantastic, but nobody knows this. As a player, you think like D4, F5, G4 is a critical move, it's a critical test. It was maybe also the reason why Magnus decided not to play F5, and computer does not like it.
Yeah. I would assume it's something other than F takes G4 that people are, that the computer in this case is worried about. And I'm not sure what it could be, because to me it looks very logical. Generally, trading pawns closer to the center is a good idea on a very, very basic level without calculation.
And Hans takes.
Hans takes, yeah.
And pretty quickly he takes. I was thinking like maybe D6 was an idea to invite GF and then bishop F5, activating the bishop, but it will also would have given White the chance to play, for example, knight G3 with tempo. So
but he just takes, yeah.
He just takes. And after queen take G4, he cannot play D6. This is one of the benefits for White. That was one of my main ideas, that the bishop is unprotected on C8. Now this will be a lot of fun. While the Vincent game will be rather a slow affair at the beginning, definitely it will heat up at some point, but here we have a direct clash, direct confrontation. And maybe let's use the chance quickly to look at the other games as well, from 7 till
to 12.
To 12, yes. That D4, D5, F3 in Shashikina Yakuboev.
I think we are seeing some very coherent openings. Yeah, always the same ideas more or less.
And Luke van Wil is up there. Wow. Okay, but this is also a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, he's coming, he's playing great, and then plays Fedoseev, who of course after D4 plays F5. That will be an incredible prestige duel, because this is clash of styles, clash of beliefs. Always deliver some amazing battle. I believe one of my most memorable encounters were always against Morozevich. Yeah, these two completely different players with different styles, and we always wanted to very principled against each other.
Yeah. The one game where we see an entirely different structure is Friedman-Morzin on board 12. There we already have quite a few moves, and it seems like White took a space advantage, but Black is well set up in a kind of pseudo King's Indian or Queen's Indian structure.
Wow, and look at the clock situation. Daniel Friedman had been blitzing out his moves, but in fact computer doesn't like it, and I don't like it either, because this might be just bad for White. Queen is stuck on G1. What a fantastic King's Indian this is. Even there are ideas that Black pushes F4 against F3 and then C6, bishop B6. It can be a horror, but there are so many different angles. Oh no, this is, Daniel was just relying on that, okay, I will just play according to my feelings, but...
Oh, we also see a rather radical different approach from Kadrich, who faced the same D4, D5, F3 as on the top board, and he just said, no thank you, there will be no E4 in this game, we are just playing some kind of closed position, and he played F5.
Yeah, he played F5, yeah, it makes sense in Maxim has captured back with the queen on G4, just as we expected. And here we see Kadrich against Aravind playing F5, because the knight on F8 is kind of nicely placed that if bishop f4, then, for example, knight g6 hits the bishop with the tempo, so that's why bishop f4 is unfortunate. And those knights, knight on f1 and knight on b1, are very far away from fighting for the e5 square. So actually f5 makes perfect sense.
I'm wondering if on the top boards, Magnus, or I believe we also had another board with f3, f6 played, considered this option instead.
For sure, they considered it, but they decided on f6 because it is more harmonious, but it is just a matter of choice. Now that we had this nice little tour, I think we can maybe head back to the Vincent game to see what did Vincent do. And Vincent is playing with quite some confidence. He has already played the move e4, which is a critical move. If you can occupy the center first, that certainly sets the tone of the game and puts pressure on your opponent, in this case Magnus Carlsen. And Vincent has just spent like 10 minutes for all these three moves. We have seen already in some other games when he spent 10 minutes for the very first move.
Yeah, it is pretty straightforward play, and I personally like it. I think if you occupy the center and you already clearly show what you want to do, it somehow limits how many options your opponent has, because your play is very direct. You're controlling the center, you control a lot of squares, and I think Magnus will be hard-pressed to kind of stir up trouble here. He will just have to try to defend and equalize in a conventional manner.
Yeah, and his body language is a little bit confused. Yeah, it feels like the position does not align with his mentality that he wanted to bring to the table. Yeah, that he wants to do something. In fact, he needs to react to something. This is a completely different situation, and he was looking around just to monitor, not to get any hints. That was not the point, but just to have at least an overview of who is playing what, because automatically as a player you are having this fresh position and you are just curious how did other players react. And c6, some kind of a Caro-Kann on the board. Alex, you have been playing the Caro-Kann and you are probably playing it. What do you make of this f3, third move f3 Caro-Kann style?
I mean, I would say really stretching it to show that this is a Caro-Kann, since the bishop will likely not get out from c8 so easily.
But yeah, let's just highlight the structure why I dare to call it a Caro-Kann.
And I think that is kind of Black's biggest question mark at this point. Where will he put the c8 bishop? If he finds a spot for it, then indeed everything else can go naturally. Bishop goes to c7 or b6. Knight from b8 goes to perhaps d7, and you can castle long if it comes to it. But the bishop needs to disappear to some more or less useful square.
Yeah, now also the big question, what does white do? For example, a move like c3 is a very solid kind of choice. Acknowledge that, wow, actually I have tremendous respect for these pawn moves, and I will try to activate my bishop as well, just like Black would like, with bishop c7 or bishop b6, and not to commit, because now placing the knight on c3, it might be an ambitious move, but it's also a very risky one, because then what will happen with the bishop on d1? Then the bishop will have to go to e2, little bit white spaces then are crammed. I would feel like maybe c3 is more natural, but...
I would be a little surprised if Vincent goes c3.
You would, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like c6 this is kind of his chance to really develop in a different way than Magnus can follow.
All right, then Alex, you are white, the floor is all yours. Let me just react with Black to your play. What do you do?
All right. Well, let's go knight c3, since you dislike that move.
Exact. I knew that there is just no way you're not going to play knight c3, and it is an ambitious move, and it is a very serious move. I have to worry about it, because long term's kind of tricky, but I have to make a move. Okay, for example, I play bishop c7. Bishop b6, you just play bishop e3, I believe, yeah? You ignore me. It's okay, bishop c7. But bishop c7 already runs into maybe ed, knight b5. I don't want to let this happen. No, 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 no. What about knight g6? Maybe I like knight g6 in order to slowly prepare queen f7 short castle and then e5.
Okay, my first instinct here is to go h4. But
Immediately,
it might
yeah?
be too much, yeah?
Okay, queen f7.
Do you want to go back, or what is the point
No,
here?
knight f4. Ah, sorry. I mean, pardon me. I completely blundered that this is okay. No, 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 no. Pardon me. Yeah. Ah, because I put bishop on c7. So, yeah, this is what happens if you're already very. But this was not my plan because then you no.
This is already risky, yeah.
This is very risky. Yeah. So I cannot play knight g6. Then I play queen f7. A calm little move. Queen f7. Sometimes, yeah, one has to be very cautious. Queen f7. No activity. Queen f7.
All right. Perhaps here, which one would you like, bishop e2 or knight g3? I'm thinking that either one is kind of fine, but let's go bishop e2.
Bishop e2, yes. Okay, now I don't know why I think that this knight on b8. Ah, because then c6 d5 makes so much sense with the bishop on b8, yeah? So my mind is trying to make sense of all this. All right, now we already have to calculate that this knight g6, h4, for example, met by e5, h5.
Yes, since you talked about the Caro-Kann, I'm just kind of playing an f3 Caro-Kann, and I'm saying that your pieces aren't in the right positions to do the same.
Well, you know f3 Caro-Kann very well, as I see. Okay, I just played in my childhood knight g6. Let me play knight g6 now.
The point is something like h4 e5 here,
yes,
right?
and h5 knight f4 bounce.
I'm not sure I believe that.
You don't have to.
Let's just say I don't believe that. I still play h4.
I don't believe it myself. No, I'm actually believing. I feel like, let's go. Let's create counterplay.
All right. I don't know if I have to play a more energetic move than bishop e3 here. Maybe, wait a second, is it even so bad to just play h5 and hit it on f4? Just take it?
Okay, yeah, it's a very special transformation, very double-edged.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't have to take ed right away, right? I think long castle is also quite a decent move.
Long castle, and yeah, how to evaluate this position? I don't know. It's for me, even reaching the position, I'm unable to evaluate. You are happy with white, or how do you feel?
I feel like I gained a lot of time. The only piece you really have out is your queen, and structure isn't too healthy.
But I have the dark square bishop,
which is pointing at the one pawn that is fixed, yeah?
Yeah, but that pawn, that pawn is a monster pawn. It limits your knight.
I believe in the dynamics. You will not castle long in the foreseeable future. You will not well, you might castle short, but I'm not sure if it's safe, yeah?
I castle short, no, absolutely, I castle short, no, and I have no fear.
All
castle
right.
short.
Since you have no fear, we might play knight d2.
Yes, yeah, playing slowly, you are setting up this ed, and I wanted to play bishop e6, yeah, I had this in mind, and then you play knight b3. Yeah, it is... knight b3, knight d7.
Yeah, I might even play g3 at some point with white. Perhaps knight b3 first here, I'm not sure.
Knight d7.
And like usually in a position like this, I would just go king b1 by hand, but here perhaps it's not necessary. Yeah? Well, I don't know, g3 bishop c7, right?
Yes, g3 bishop c7, always bishop c7. Honestly, I agree that white has a nice position, but if I would not see the evil bar, I would never agree that white has more than 0.20, 0.30 here. I would believe that black has some long-term assets with the pair of bishops and some a6, b5 coming up. White has a nice position at the moment, but what will happen a little bit later, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I think we already went pretty far.
Yes, exactly. This
Still,
was just...
I think it shows that kind of there's proof of concept for knight c3.
Yes, absolutely. No, knight c3 is a very critical move, very very natural, but a very tough choice for Vincent because knight c3 and c3 are two completely different approaches. And knight c3, I think, is the move that if you feel like you want to win the game and you are playing for a win in this game, then probably you opt for knight c3. And you think like, my main target in this game is not to win the game, but just to be solid and then to play a controlled game and see what happens. Then the c3 kind of plan is a very serious candidate.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't feel like Vincent will try to be extra solid just because he's playing against Magnus. I think he's much too experienced, and he knows that usually changing up the way you play just because of some very specific situation can backfire easily.
c3 played.
C3 played, yeah?
Yes.
Yet again, yeah?
Yes. Yes, I know. I have seen these kind of things because I think in South Africa there were some games when we reached this, total symmetry, and the shocking thing was, I believe that Sindelov was white against Magnus, and Magnus won that game in a very convincing manner, and it was all connected that white had this extra move and developed the knight to b3 there, and it was heavily misplaced. Vincent played c3, Magnus answers it with queen f7, which basically gives us a proof that knight c3, queen f7 was probably also the direction. And Jules Moussa. Jules Moussa is everywhere, which means that he's doing extremely well in the Open because he's on the stage.
I think we were missing him in the morning round because he made one draw, but now he's probably back to his winning ways.
Wow, yeah, queen f7 played by Magnus.
Very fast, actually.
Yeah, I believe that by this point Magnus understood that this will be a slow affair, more or less symmetrical. Let me try to put pressure on the clock. Yeah, because Vincent is now 10 minutes behind. This is some kind of a Nyepo strategy. All right, let's get the bird's eye view. This is a slow affair at the moment with a lot to play for and a lot of finesses. There we go. Actually, Abdusatov Nyepo is the very same position, and there Abdusatov opted for queen f2.
Queen f7.
Queen f7, yeah, those are the natural moves. I would like, wow, the Pranav Nihal game exactly featured this g4, d6 that I talked about. I'm very happy to see that and to see how that unfolds. But in my mind, Vasil Lagraf Niemann position looks like the most chaotic.
Absolutely,
so I would like to jump to that.
Let's see what they came up with. They also started out with d4, f5, and this g4 that we did not understand how to react to yet.
Yeah, and how to evaluate it at all. Yeah, that was the. We see the computer says like, okay, black doesn't have to worry about. Nihal played the move d6, gf, bishop f5, knight g. No, but his pawn was on d5. I think d5. He played d5. Yes, he played d5, and that led to completely different kind of play. Takes, knight g3, bishop g6, and c4, c5. Ultra fire on board.
That is a wild move, especially with the little time that he spent to play it this way.
Yes, so that is a completely different animal there, but for the moment, we are following the action in the Vasil Lagraf game with Niemann, queen g4, and knight c6, protecting the bishop in order to be able to move the d pawn and the e pawn. All right, c3 and d5. D takes e5, d6 on the board. All right, super interesting.
Yeah, and I think what Hans has played makes a lot of sense on many levels, because he will get to recapture the pawn with the knight. I think there is no way around that, which means he will keep the somewhat better structure and also a reasonably straightforward path to castle queenside, which is probably his plan.
But wait a second, you said probably you will, but if I play, for example, a move like queen e4, can you take with the knight? Then I have f4.
There is queen c4 in reply.
Ah, yes. There is queen c4, queen e3.
It might not end all of it, but...
However, yes, queen e4. If knight takes e5, f4, queen c4, queen e3. There is some bishop h4 check, but okay, this I can handle with knight g3. How is black not losing a piece?
Maybe he is losing a piece, it's just that he doesn't care. There is actually a very funny move here, I think, knight e6.
Knight e6, yes, and fe bishop g5. Ooh, no.
Again, there is some hole there, but we don't know what it is, but...
Bishop b3, bishop b3. Then queen h4 check. What is computer doing with us? I have knight d2.
Yeah, perhaps here knight d2 is the counter, yeah?
Yes, I have knight d2.
Yeah, and white is winning.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so very sharp. We have seen computer did not like the move queen e4, probably because simply d5, but humanly then one gets this e4 square. I wouldn't be, or is there some dynamic? Let me just out of curiosity, but d5, I cannot believe that black can be ever better. I think that only white can be better.
Why not?
Isolated pawn, e4 square. You go for it?
Yeah, I go for it.
Okay.
We don't want to be a pawn down.
Yes, okay.
Actually, Vashila Graf went for something as well.
He played queen g2. I just wanted to, yeah, no, d5 is not a move. Yeah, d5 is not a move. This had to be worse. So there was something, but we are continuing the game, queen g2. And then, wow, apparently there is something going on also in the Fanveli Fedoseyev game. Of course, it's d4, f5, g4. there is just no way Luki would not play the move g4. He likes confrontation.
And we see Fedoseyev replying with e6, so yet another move different from the two that we already saw.
And we also see that Fedoseyev is looking towards the stage. So he sees the games and he says like, you know what? I don't like to copy anyone. I like to play my own game. And he opted for e6, a stable e6 move. But wait a second, suddenly after d6, queen g2 is the move that computer confirms and says that this was an extremely very well-timed move. Something of a mystery at first. A very deep move by MVR. Is he eyeing the b7 pawn? Is that the point that if you take knight e5, then bishop b3 is coming, and you cannot play bishop e6?
That might be it, yes.
I think that explains, wow. Okay, but then Hans is in a trouble. He's about to take on e5, he takes you the pawn, but okay, no. If you have to take...
You do not believe in pawn takes.
d5, you lose all the dynamics in the position, then white should be better. The question how much. I'm a believer in structures. I'm a Tigran Petrosyan student. I studied his book, his games, the lectures of Tigran Petrosyan. It was my Bible. Wow. But I'm a little bit puzzled. Wait a second. After d takes e5, why didn't Hans recapture that pawn with knight e5 immediately and not to have any of these issues? Could he have done that? No, apparently was also not the best.
Maybe queen e4?
Yeah, queen e4, queen e6. I don't know, I'm a little bit surprised, but okay, the position
Bishop
is
b3.
so complex, yeah, that this is, yeah, I have to fall back to e7, and that's not exactly what I wanted, but I have dynamics, yeah, if I get c6, d5, it can be very good.
I don't know, I feel like even a move like rook g1 might put some pressure here.
Yeah, and then bishop g5 is a threat. Yeah, I'm not in time. But then this whole operation, this whole knight c6, why was computer so happy after c3? There was this move d5.
Yeah, I would actually think d6. But
oh, d6. Yeah. I don't know. Most probably Hans actually missed this queen g2. He got carried away.
I don't know. This looks like a reasonably good Dutch to me. Because
for
again,
whom?
For black. Because again, we realized most pieces are on their initial squares, and if you get the queen out,
oof! We are getting the mighty support from Sotiris, which means stockfish, of course. And it is great because we don't want to use engines, we don't want to be influenced by engines, we want to have our own dubs and everything, but such highlighting such reactions is super helpful, and we appreciate it very much. Apparently this d7, d5, and as so often when you see a computer move, then things become clear that of course black wants to play for initiative, for compensation, active piece play and so on. Wow, that would have been a cold shower, this d5.
Yeah, I believe so. d5, not so easy to spot. Also, it is a pawn sacrifice in quite a pure form. Although, is it?
Not so easy to hang on to that pawn.
Yeah, I thought initially that queen g3, but
then
knight
g6.
Yeah, and
exactly.
we cannot defend the pawn with f4 because of bishop h4.
Yes, this is what happens when there is just one small little hint by computer and everything becomes clear. Yeah, that's why computers are forbidden, and you cannot consult even for 1 second the computer, because then you become unbeatable on this level if you are a super grandmaster. So, wow, d5 would have been the shocker. Hans played the move d6, queen g2 was a super smart move by MVL, and d takes d5. This is the moment when Maxim takes his time. I think it's absolutely correct to take his time, because he can get some pressure here. Should we visit the Nihal Saringian with Panav? That was the other d4 f5, just to compare, because here we already have.
Yeah, we can do that. I think that game also became very wild very fast, so might be worth a look.
Yes, that is. Please try to make sense of this, anyone without an engine. So this all happened from d4 f5, g4, d5 takes, knight g3, bishop g6, and after c4, Jan said, no, thank you, I'm not planning to take this pawn. Probably white wants to follow it up with knight c3, and then e4, occupy the center and play for compensation. Rather than that, Nihal goes c5, challenging everything.
The idea must be something like d takes c5, d4, or just taking it.
Well, d4 is the move in the spirit, but there is some bishop a4, queen g2.
Oh yeah, that might not be good, yeah?
Yeah, at least let's highlight. I don't know, because there is also queen takes c4, but then we can castle after we take on c6.
Not even just rook c8 still keeps it very much alive, no?
Yes, rook c8 keeps it alive, but I don't know, it's such a difficult position. Extremely difficult. Can I play queen d5? I don't know, it is a crazy move. Can I play queen d5? It is a crazy move.
Normally this would run into bishop f7, yeah, but I don't know if we're interested in pawns.
Yes, that was my question. I don't like pawn hunting, I just want to eliminate d4 pawn so that I can get knight c3 out. Okay, it's a complete chaos. What else do we have after c5? D takes c5 would be logical. There's also something like just ignore it and knight c3, cd, knight takes d5. Is that something that could be of an interest or not?
Very hard to anticipate. Perhaps we should also start with bishop a4 for some reason, because then knight c6 would allow all sorts of tricks like queen g2.
Aha, that is interesting. Bishop a4 check, and knight c6, queen g2 business, using this double diagonal, double pin. That looks tempting, and then we are also one move away from castling. That is fantastic. No, this is then very unpleasant.
So black should probably play something like knight, I don't know which one, to d7, yeah?
Yes, who knows, maybe this one, in order to try to get castle in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and again, it's very hard to see the correct way to resolve the tension in the center, but it needs to be resolved because d takes c4 is something of a threat, as is cd4 at this point.
Yeah. All right, yeah, well, it will be very interesting to see how this unfolds. Pranav is taking his time. Rightly so, this might be one of those very critical moments that you find a great move and then you have things under control and then later you can speed up, or you make a choice which backfires and then no matter how much time you have, you will be forced to think and it might be late. So very well invested time here. Let's get the bird's eye view back, I believe. Yeah, the bird's eye view is here. What about Vincent's game against Magnus? Because I have been seeing Magnus walking around very confidently.
We have seen some major transformations there, I believe.
Yes. I think we have to head back to that game because I'm not sure that I'm liking this transformation. But okay, we will see. My intuition was saying that maybe e takes f5 and play this Nimzo kind of structure. At least in my mind that was like a Nimzo structure. Maybe it has nothing to do with a Nimzo.
Yeah, we see also after e5 this tension. Magnus kind of was the first to resolve it.
Queen f7, queen f2, and e5.
Yeah, and after bishop e3, he kind of confidently played ed, cd, giving white the c3 square.
And yeah, Vincent takes e takes f5, the move that looked very logical. So yeah, Magnus is looking forward to play a strategical game, but with some poison. And Vincent opted for ef5, which computer does not like so much, but I think this was the logical move. I think it was the very logical move that the knight comes to g3, you're gonna go short castle, but Magnus probably thinks like, I'm gonna take with the bishop, the bishop falls back to g6, knight comes to e6. Actually, black can be very happy with the position.
Doesn't this remind you of certain Italian or Ruy Lopez structures where basically, depending on how active your pieces are, the structure can be good for white, but here it seems very far away from it.
Yeah, Vincent is very unhappy. He got tricked. This whole stuff with going for symmetry against Magnus, this is very tricky. That how do you change the symmetry? And he got outsmarted. And we understand why Magnus is walking around. He can play quickly. The pieces have their right squares. And Vincent will be basically on the back foot and will have to defend the game. This is very bad turn for Vincent and all his fans.
I think it is a rather strange choice of him to go for this structure, even the e takes f5 move.
Yeah, but what else? E takes f5 was not a happy choice for myself, but I just didn't see a move already.
I was honestly thinking to go e takes d5.
Total desperado, yeah, just to shut the game down, yeah?
I mean, if cd is the answer, then yes, because I would feel that I'm not playing for an advantage here.
Yeah,
computer dislikes it heavily.
Yeah.
I wonder why it is so heavily, but
no, but this whole stuff, yeah, this c3, I was actually very worried that Vincent will play c3 because I think he would have never played c3 if not this tournament situation. Yeah, it was connected with let me be safe somehow, but this is not his.
This is what I was saying, that it is a choice he can make, but it is generally you do not play against the opponent in this way, especially if your opponent is as good as Magnus.
Yes, it gave too much freedom for Magnus. Yeah, and he immediately, let's go back to this moment that after queen f2 e5, seemingly it is symmetrical, white to move, and 2 moves later black is better. Yeah, this is the this crazy phenomenon that you have to kind of decide in which direction you go. And
speaking of, what if Vincent played
ed5
at
exactly.
f4? Yeah.
Yes, maybe he should have. He might have had to play ed.
Let's briefly look at it. Yeah,
yes.
I suppose cd is the move still.
CD and then f4. Yeah, and everything makes sense. everything makes sense, and then suddenly Magnus has to make a tough decision.
Yeah. No, but these are the things that are very hard to figure out with the major tension in the center, and at the same time, you know that if you make a mistake, your opponent might not let you come back from it.
Yeah, and now the worst thing of it is that it is a position that actually Vincent has almost zero experience with, because he's not really an e4 player and not an Italian player from white, so he never had this kind of structures. While for Magnus, this is like, okay, he's fish in the sea, swimming around that I can do this, I can do that, this is good, that is good, my pieces belong there, the bishop goes to c7, the bishop falls back to g6 after knight g6, the knight is coming to e6 castles, knight can jump to f4, the other knight is coming. Actually, black can just win the game in 20 moves.
Yeah, like, usually when this structure appears in classical games, white has some kind of assets like a knight coming to e5 quickly, or he can push g4, f4 potentially to gain space on the king side. Because this structure a2, b2, d4 against a7, b7, c6, d5, I'm sure you will agree, Peter, it is, of course, he's a pawn down on this side of the board, but the structure is just very weak on its own on white's side. It's very hard to keep it very compact.
Yeah, no, basically it is just incredible, yeah, for me, not as a commentator, yes, I'm biased, but as a trainer of Vincent, I'm very worried. Basically, I think like Vincent needs a miracle to survive this. It's really very critical. With this evil bar that I have, black is a little bit better. This has the tendency, for example, this position reminds me very much of the World Cup where Erigaisi with black just crushed Levon Aronyan and knocked him out. Levon, the brilliant strategist, was completely crushed without the slightest chance of putting up any resistance. And this is very reminiscent to that. And yeah, Magnus walking around just, this is the dream of all dreams.
Yeah, so his choice to kind of wait and see what Vincent is up to paid off. Vincent gave him a chance because he had the chance first to resolve the tension in the way Magnus did. And we see a move.
Yeah, knight c3. Yeah.
Okay, knight c3, very non-committal move, probably a good one.
Yeah, but okay, knight e6 comes. Knight e6, it's so easy for black. Yeah, Magnus can just make a move after a few seconds, get up, go for a walk, very comfortably. He knows that.
Are you sure that knight e6 is such a comfortable move?
I feel like knight e6 is a very comfortable move.
I'm just thinking you have to be on the lookout for basically the how did you call it, caveman chess, g4 f4.
G4 f4, yeah, actually, yeah, because I put in my mind knight to g3. That's the reason why Vincent puts the knight on c3 first, not committing the knight, so that he might have this answer against knight e6. That would mean that maybe Magnus should be prophylactic first with bishop c7, and the knight e6 move will not run away. For example, let me play bishop c7. Yeah. No, we don't give a chance already for caveman chess. No.
I think that is actually the reason that the position is still objectively, according to the computer, very much close to balance. That Vincent still has the potential to kind of throw his f-pawn up the board. The black knight is not on f6, where it would counter it with knight g4 or knight e4. And he is still in a position to kind of create counterplay immediately, while the structure just appeared and pieces are being developed.
How much time did pass? Something like half an hour or 25 minutes, and Magnus's face completely changed. There at the starting position after d4, he was in a dilemma. How do I get a game? Yeah, I don't want to play symmetrical because then maybe I will not get a chance, but f5 I'm not liking so much. All right, yeah, let me play d5, and it looked like a very heavy choice on Magnus. And then suddenly, after he got the chance to play this ED-CD f5, the sun is shining just like outside.
Yeah, we also see the longest think of the game so far is Vincent c3, where, as you suggested, he might have gone kind of against his instincts because of the situation in the tournament. And we will see how and if it pays off. But at the moment, in any case, Magnus seems to be happy with the outcome.
Yeah, very happy. And I'm personally very unhappy, of course, yeah, because yeah, bishop e3 computer is highlighting as a serious mistake. Yeah, that was a serious mistake because this allowed the transformation from a so-called rather peaceful symmetrical fight. And then, okay, this e takes f5. I already cannot be critical of ef5. That was the logical follow-up of what happened before. And white should have not let that happen to start with. And what does this mean? Yeah, we are expecting, or at least I'm expecting the move bishop c7 then from Magnus. Can we get the bird's eye view? Because it's kind of even difficult to speak about this game. Let's wait how it unfolds, the next couple of moves, because it looks just very comfortable for black, but black has probably many different ways. So what else do we have? For example, the Abdusattorov Nyepo game is another kind of illustration what I'm talking about, that this seemingly symmetrical type of position, and white was supposed to have an extra tempo, and computer says that black is the one who is doing better. Yeah.
Well, he just used his tempo for a very strange-looking move, if we can go to that game.
Yes.
The game was actually 1-for-1 symmetrical before the last move of knight e2.
Yeah, let's just see. So very similar to what, basically the same. And then queen f2 was the deviation. Queen f7, knight g3. e5, c3, knight g6. So everything symmetrical and putting the pressure on your, yeah, this is very tricky, very sneaky kind of stuff. Bishop e3, bishop e6. We do see that Nyepo is actually spending quite some time, so he's not just blitzing out of laziness. He kind of appreciated all the moves, and here comes the surprise that white played the move knight e2, breaking the symmetry with this move. What is the explanation? How can you explain it? Is he planning to go f4?
That is my first instinct, that he wants to go f4. However, I believe that knight f4 kind of is a very natural move here, and I wonder what he has in store there.
Wow, but this is something similar we got, and then you were not minding it, giving up your bishop for.
But you understand, Peter, that the pieces are very differently placed. We're also castled short here with white.
Yes.
These can make a big difference to anyone in the audience. It is the structure that I was heavily advocating for before in the Vincent Magnus game when we were analyzing it. But here, black is already set up in a very Caro-Kann fashion, in fact. And I think the bishop pair is quite relevant here.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, because obviously Nordirbeck understands that every idea that his opponent has, he could also have with an extra move, and that makes me wonder what the point is after knight f4.
Yeah, but then there is a question that why he didn't play knight f5 here himself, if we are so worried of knight f4 there, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, perhaps black just goes knight f4, and Nordirbeck maybe thought that there is no good way to stop playing symmetrical moves.
Knight f4? Wow.
It seems trivial, yeah, but we
Yes.
are just...
It looks and it feels, it drives me crazy that you can play chess like this. Oof. That is shocking, to say the least. I'm, of course, under the influence of what I have seen in Vincent's game against Magnus. Very difficult.
We see knight f4 being played, yeah?
Yeah, knight f4, of course. Nyepo jumps on the chance. And look at the grimace. He is like, wait a second, but you let me play this move? You really let me play this move? I'm going to jump on you.
And suddenly it feels like Nepo is playing white, yeah?
Yes.
Because bishop takes f4 is, of course, it's far from forced, but if you don't take it, you cannot take with the knight, as it would trap the bishop.
Yeah.
And other moves have to tolerate this active knight on f4, which is blocking your main idea to play f3, f4. There's no way to easily remove this knight.
Wow. It is kind of interesting, yeah, that the older guys, the older generation outsmarts the young guys in these symmetrical type of positions. Yeah, it's very interesting. The
Well,
experience, yeah.
Well, we are seeing Nodir back here, and also even Vincent against Hans in the morning round. They're not really interested in playing these kind of symmetrical positions. That's why they're trying to deviate if possible, I think.
Yes, this more finesses, they like more flexibility when it is more easy to understand what to do. All right, okay, we have also seen that Nyepo has slowed down. He feels like, okay, I have to be very precise.
It feels like this is the one game in the tournament where I have to spend my time.
Yes. So, bird's eye view maybe, and then we see what happens. Wow, Pranav played the move f4. Very interesting move with the idea of f5 and also activating the queen from g1 to protect the d4 pawn. Now that it's on the board, it looks very tempting. Very interesting. Then what about Saran against Daniel Ausrat? Wait a second. Did Daniel lose a pawn?
We have some early action there.
Once
Sarana
again,
trying to win the pawn, that's for sure.
The queen attacks the knight and the pawn on e5 and on d5. So the pawn on d5 will simply fall, and my instinct was almost like, okay, knight c6, queen takes d5, bishop e6 is compensation, and then long castle. Then I realized that there's this bishop on d8, and then after queen b5, I have no good way of dealing with this issue.
Yeah, he will have to find a way again to compensate for the loss of a pawn, as he did against Abdusattorov. There he had great success and was actually having some chances to play for more than a draw. Here we'll see, because I'm not sure. I feel like he would like to keep the queens on, if possible, and kind of kick white's queen around.
Yeah, we also see that there are some games which slow down completely because the players understand that it's quite a critical moment. For example, Magnus is taking his time, and I believe this is a very clever decision, because you go to dream scenario, you don't want to rush and then let your opponent off the hook immediately. So he wants to make sure that he has a controlled approach, after which Vincent will have to sweat for the whole remaining of the game. And then Vasil Agraf against Hans Niemann after queen g2, d takes e5. Finally, Maxim just asked this little move, rook g1, please do something with your g7 pawn.
He probably has something in mind against knight g6, which would be a natural move to develop the knight.
Well, there's a move like bishop c2 to start with.
And then, of course, my instinct was to sacrifice the pawn, but...
Exactly. Of course, I was expecting bishop e6 or something.
Yeah.
No doubt about it, and I wasn't sure if this is MVL style to take it. But bishop c2 also is connected with maybe bishop to e4. Yeah, this is another, this queen g2. Don't think that with bishop c2 I'm only planning bishop take g6. So what we are discussing, maybe we can even pick this game again, and because for our audience it's probably confusing if we start calling out some complicated deep things. Let's get to the position, and then d takes e5, rook g1 played. So the pawn on g7 is hanging. Now if you play the move g6, it solves the issue with the g7 pawn, but somehow it weakens some dark squares. Not necessarily you want to let that happen. And the move knight g6, I just highlight what we discussed. I summarize, and then you take over. That, for example, bishop c2 is not primary that we want to take, because, for example, black plays bishop e6. I don't even want to look in this direction. I'm much more interested of playing bishop e4 and putting this battery, and then it is already confusing. So take it away, Alex, what comes to your mind?
When you see that bishop c2 and 2e4 is a serious option, to me bishop f6 in this position seems more natural all of a sudden.
Bishop f6, but then I will head with my knight to e4, no?
Perhaps, yeah, but I'm kind of accepting that the bishop will be there, somewhat passive, and I want to develop the other pieces.
But I'm very happy. Excuse me, but I'm very happy.
I don't doubt it, Peter.
Why isn't this Vincent's position? I would be so happy. You know, I would be, yes, okay.
Because Magnus did not play f5.
Exactly, yeah, Magnus kind of withheld himself because he felt like d4, f5, maybe g4, and that is very much in Vincent's spirit. Yeah, there is life in the position. He's excited, he can be creative, and he just blocked him with this so-called boring approach, a very smart strategical decision when he thinks like he's a must-win situation, and then he voluntarily goes for the solid stuff that he feels like, wait a second, this is something that Vincent does not like.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes even when you are in an actual must-win situation, yeah, games like Kasparov against Karpov come to mind, yeah, when Kasparov was in a must-win situation and did not go for anything absolutely crazy.
Knight g6 played, I believe, from the hand movement of Hans. It very much looked like he played knight g6. The move is not coming yet. Come on, yes, it is on the board, knight g6, but now bishop c2, bishop e4. Hans, did you anticipate bishop c2, bishop e4?
I believe Maxime will play bishop c2.
Yes.
That is very natural.
Okay, the game move is not coming, so let me play the move, knight g6, and then bishop c2. Huh, I'm pressing, but okay, so I will make the move. Computer is confused with our analysis that we have already made those moves, guys. Why should I update something? You guys analyzed it.
I think now we have it, yeah.
Yeah, finally, yes, okay. Confusion, yeah? Technical confusion. Yeah.
And I believe even in the kind of ideal scenario that, let's say, Black will manage to castle long without major damage, White will do the same. The e4 square is just such a big asset here. It will give Maxime a pleasant game, I think.
Of course, these are golden rules. Isolated pawn, weak square, Tigran Petrosyan. Yeah, just, okay, one looks up the book of these chess lectures by Tigran Petrosyan, everything is clear. Bishop c2 on the board. And I don't know, how will Hans stay alive here? This is very serious. And the trick is that it's not bishop takes g6, which Hans was like, okay, take my pawn, I want to get your light squared bishop. But it is much more that the bishop is heading to e4, and it will create pressure because Black is not able to castle in time.
Peter, what if we think that this position is very bad and we try to play bishop f6 here?
Wow, no.
No?
No, I don't believe.
Okay.
Somehow, I cannot even stand the move bishop f. I cannot stand the look of it.
But
yeah?
do you want to put it on e7 note? Because I want to get my king out of the way to c8.
Uh-huh. Well, actually, when you said that, and what about this or that, I thought maybe queen f7. That I will play
that's also a good one.
Yeah, on the board, I think queen f7. Yeah, this
makes a lot of sense.
This makes a lot of sense because please take on g6. I don't care. I'm not counting material. I want to get the light square bishops.
Yeah, now we are ready to reply with bishop d7 if bishop e4 happens.
Exactly. Or maybe even castles. I don't know. Maybe even castle is a possibility.
You want to castle short?
Maybe, and then start some jump with the knight. And let's not forget, there's some weakness on f2.
You are a much bigger optimist than me here.
Well, you know, sometimes I'm a total pessimist, and sometimes I'm a total optimist for no reason, and then finding the balance, yeah? That's why I'm trying, you know, not to break the status quo, because I can get very emotional very quickly. I'm revealing big secrets. Guys, opponents, don't listen what I'm saying.
Oh, we see Maxime take.
What? He takes on g6? Is this real? I cannot believe it. Honestly, I cannot believe it. Okay, bishop g6, a-g, and queen takes g6. Wow. I would have said no way, because actually I think black is fine. There's no way white is better here.
That is what I was aiming for initially with bishop f6, but this is of course a much better version. We can play king f7, I think. And just follow it up with bishop f5 for a similar move.
Yeah, the bishop will land on f5 and then the e4 square kind of... Okay, if white is in time to play knight d2 and then knight g3 and establish control on e4, then I understand his setup, but will he be able...
Without the light squared bishop for white, it will be very difficult to have a great impact, because the e4 square, it would be great, like coupled with a bishop on b3 or something, you dominate the light squares.
Of course.
But here, let's see. Of course, white won a pawn, but as we see, he has 3 versus 2 pawns on the king side, which is, of course, one more than black, but these pawns will not come into play directly in the foreseeable future, at least.
Yeah, this feels like compensation. Where is this rook going back? Rook g1, yeah, all the way back. We see that the computer actually says that yes, pawn is a pawn, yes, I understand, but somehow the spirit of the game, and Maxim goes for a walk. He really believes that he will establish and he will sacrifice this pawn back. That's, I think, his concept. But I have one big question. If I put my bishop, for example, on this diagonal and put the other one on f6, as you highlighted, then I will just leave this bishop on f6 forever. Even if you play like knight g3, knight d2, knight e4, I will fall back with the bishop on g6. I will pick up the pawn on h2 when you give it. And you can... I'm cemented with this bishop on f6. Because I'm worried from black's perspective that what happens if in that scenario black is able to trade the dark square bishops and I'm stuck with the weakness. But with the cemented f, I will just hold on to that square and I will start maneuvering my knight, trying to fight for the square.
Exactly, yeah, I was about to say, I'm thinking long term, Hans would want the knight to arrive somewhere on d6 or any other square that contests e4.
Actually, he's about to move the knight. I believe knight e7 will be played. And d6 will be a perfect square, yeah? Total cement fighting for the e4 square. And you can never take on d6 because then cd6 reinforces the center. And we rely on some, okay, Marshallish compensation in the sense that that is a typical light square bishop compensates for the pawn.
We have Jules Moussard looking on.
Of course.
And walking on disinterestedly.
Yes, I think there are some typical regular customers on the top boards on stage, like Pavel Elyanov, Jules Moussard. Who else are there? Ingic is still there, or?
I believe Ingic lost early on, so he might be struggling to get back up there.
Yes, for the moment at least. Yeah, Gupta I have seen before, our dear friend Gupta, also team member of Dedzau team. All roads lead to Dedzau team in the Bundesliga. Yes, so many good people. It has such a good soul. Rook g1, okay. Interesting. I would have never ever thought about it, but that's why we love chess. Wow. People even in Moscow, I always have tremendous... Wow, a5. That shows confidence that, wait a second, I don't care. I will just push a5, a4. I will activate that rook. I will try to create some weakness on the queen side.
I'm thinking that why that move is necessary right now. Because if white really wants it, he can go a4 and there's not much damage done. But he could also try to exploit this by kind of waiting for the d8 bishop to move and playing knight a3, knight b5. I'm not sure why a5 is exactly the move that is required.
Yeah, well, maybe Hans felt like, wait a second, if you play a4, then I start moving my knight and then the rook can...
And now if we look at the board, this is how it's looking now, completely empty. Now with MVL coming back to the board, but both players were up and walking for a moment there.
Yeah, absent. Yeah, you need to recharge the batteries. We see that Maxim finds something behind the curtains to his liking. I believe the players have quite some nice snacks, bananas, nuts, some kind of nice things to to get energy. Now let's take a look. What's happening here? But okay.
First question is, Peter, are you interested in playing bishop g5, or is that not something you want to do?
Well, after bishop g, I always want to play bishop f6. This is what I already kind of explained, that I always, whenever there is this offer of trade, I will put it here so that after bishop f6 I take gf. Yeah, that is my so-called basic strategy.
This also gives me the option of just playing h4 and leaving this construction untouched.
Yes, it gives you. What can I do? But after h4, then I start my journey with the knight.
And now let's say we play knight a3, trying to be a little bit smart.
Knight a3, knight f5. I mean, I'm just closing my eyes and following the moves that I already highlighted before.
There are probably no better moves anyway, so...
Yeah, but you know, I have to take off the pressure, yeah, that if you suddenly prove that actually you are better, then I will say, okay, but now I will take it seriously, and so on. You know how it works.
And now let's see, can I play long castle?
Long castle, yes, no, you are doing great. Okay, bishop e6. Nothing else was expected.
Okay.
You know, these are the usual kind of analysis that we used to have with Arshak Petrosyan, my father-in-law and coach for like over 10 years. You have these talks, you are analyzing, not just working with the computer all the time. To get spirit, get good emotions, that's one of the secrets, I believe, in order to be able to really work for a long time. You cannot be always serious.
Well, now, let's see. Knight b5, you just play c6, right? Oh, no, you cannot easily play c6. Then knight b5 seems to be like a candidate.
Knight b5 is the move. Okay, I have to play rook a8. The good thing is that because I'm playing fundamentally, I can basically just rely on what I have this bishop c4, I have c6. I understand that basically your position is inherently very solid. I'm just trying to kind of establish enough contact that you have to make decisions while still staying a pawn up. Yes. But the pressure is on you.
In this case, I would say yes, because black, it's kind of clear what black has to do. Also, black doesn't mind if something gets traded down here.
And then suddenly we realize that actually I'm a lazy guy. I let you do the hard work. It seems like I'm doing the more talking and like this, but whenever there is some responsible decision, I let you play it out with the white pieces or with the side which is in more confrontation, and I'm reacting. That comes with experience. I'm the older guy.
Yeah, and this would be, I think, a critical position. If they reach something like this, Maxime would have to take a long look here.
Yes. This is basically a fundamental direction. I think that from both sides we actually made very logical moves. It could very easily happen, actually, all this. We didn't do anything crazy. And the move bishop g5 is one of the main ideas for white, I believe. You anyway have to develop the bishop.
Yeah, the bishop doesn't really have a particularly good square.
And it comes with a tempo as well, because in my mind, simply I cannot afford to trade these pieces unless I'm capturing back with g takes f6, because then white will have very easy play, and he's pawn up already. So, okay, we will keep an eye on this. Maybe we can have a look at the bird's eye view. Can we? No. Okay, no, it's not so important. We can just go move per move, I mean game per game. For example, let's go back to Vincent against Magnus, because Magnus spent a lot of time. He caught up with Vincent on the clock.
And what did he play? Knight a6, yeah?
Knight a6. But wait a second. No, because we cannot switch the camera at the moment. So let's stay with Maxim, because this is otherwise confusing that we are discussing different positions. Yes. Let's first still appreciate this this compensation position. I'm still sticking with black, that I will hold this. I will hold my ground. Do what you want.
All right, let's see what happens if I try a slightly different idea. We go knight d2 here.
Yes. Heading towards the e4 square and kind of, because if I switch to bishop f5, then I feel like why did I waste time on a5? So
yeah, Peter, by the way, I'm not necessarily heading towards the e4 square. I'm heading to the g5 square.
yeah, well, anyway, I will put bishop on f6, no matter if knight e4, knight g5, bishop, I will not touch it. I can reveal your secret. I'm helping you out, but since Hans pushed a5, I have to push a4, and I can put the blame on it, because that's his kind of mistake. I will play a4.
All right, we go knight e4.
Knight e4, okay. We continue our fundamental play. Probably it should be bishop f6. Not to run into bishop e6, knight g5 check, and then you trick me. But Maxim, I think, listened to you, and he played a4 or not. I believe he made a move on that side, yeah, a4, your very first original move. No, you talked about it. What happens if you just block it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is the best move, because maybe Hans judged that a5, a4 inclusion favors him, but it's definitely something to keep in mind here with white, that a5, a4, it's okay. You didn't do anything major. You can always play knight d2 to cover the b3 square, and you might still send it towards b5 with knight a3.
Yeah, it is a flexible waiting move. We have covered this endgame in details, let the players fight it out. We already had our clash. I think arbiter from outside says that more or less it was even. Let's call it a draw. Let's head back to the Magnus's game, because according to the computer, there has been quite some huge development. Even though only one pair of moves had been played, it just shows that what a complex position it is. For some reason, Magnus decided not to play bishop c7, the move that I was very afraid of. Instead of that, he thought like, okay, let me develop that knight from b8. Maybe this knight heads to b4 and d3, and if white has to lose a tempo, then maybe I will play bishop c7, or maybe knight c7, and knight c7 goes to e6, and you reshuffle your pieces accordingly. A very ambitious move, but suddenly Vincent now jumped out with the knight to g3. He is not intending to lose a tempo. He doesn't mind knight b4, because he will just castle away, and we'll see that, wait a second, the black king on e8 got stuck. So
it was also Carlsen's longest think of the game, as we see, and we see another move from him.
And
some long bishop move, bishop h4.
Bishop h4, but this is not a happy. This is certainly not a happy move, because white basically castles away, then the queen moves to d2. White can very easily get rid of this pin.
Is Carlsen thinking to long castle himself? Is that maybe his idea?
Oof, into a3, b4, b5, yeah?
I mean, otherwise I really struggle to see the point behind knight a6, because the b8 knight has no business occupying the same square on e6 that the other knight is ready to go to in one move.
Well, and body language changed completely. Now Vincent is again very excited about the position. There was this worry on his face before, but now this is...
He did not castle. What did he play? Queen d2?
He played queen d2 instant, I mean immediately. Yeah, he just sidesteps. It very much fits the concept. It's kind of interesting that, yeah, so Vincent is now speeding up. He doesn't want to get into some time trouble situation very quickly. And probably he feels that, wait a second, this is exactly what I envisioned when I took ef5, but he might have got frightened by this bishop c7, knight e6, bishop g6, short castle, knight f4 idea that we highlighted there before, and goes for a walk. He seems to be confident.
I'm a little surprised he didn't castle, because if he didn't castle, it means one of two things. Either he doesn't, he's not sure that he wants to castle short,
yes,
or he wants to play something very direct before he castles after queen d2, which the only thing I can imagine is bishop g5, but I'm not sure how much of an idea that actually is.
It also puzzles me that actually, if the concept was that, okay, castles queen d2, then castles queen d2 was so much more natural than starting with queen d2, but he made up his mind quickly. He's happy, and he wants to give the move to Magnus as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we see players pretty much even on the clock. And still, neither side has committed their king, so theoretically, they could, well, I'm not sure how much Vincent can actually consider long castle, but he could consider going king f2 if he manages to resolve the pin with bishop g5. And we'll see. Personally, I don't see why white is supposedly better here, but I think it's still a very, very interesting and kind of dynamic position now more and more.
For sure. The reason why I'm happy is that I feel that white is out of danger. Yeah, because that was what hurted me the most. They play whatever happens, happens. I take this philosophically, but I just don't like when suddenly, because of one small inaccuracy, you end up in some trouble which will last till the end of the game. Yeah, it's I want something where both sides have chances, and it seems like now Vincent is very much back in the game. And okay, I stopped worrying. Let them play. What happens, happens. But I was really just coming back to this moment after knight c3. I had in front of my eyes this scenario like bishop c7, and if knight g3, the bishop falls back to g6. And okay, so this f4 is kind of, yeah, this is what you also mentioned, that yeah, this f4 is probably
I
in there.
An idea might be to just give the bishop, strange as it looks.
Because just to highlight what I was very worried of. So for example, white castles, black plays knight e6, black plays some bishop c2. We trade or we don't trade. I don't even need to trade. Takes, castles, and then knight d7, knight f4, rook a8, and basically sooner or later some tactical shot will appear, and black wins the game.
Yeah, if white it does not manage to create anything with f4, f5, but it seems that you need to take great care to not allow it.
Yes.
And that's why I suggested kind of not using time on dropping the bishop back.
You mean that you just leave it, yeah? You play knight e6.
Knight e6 is possible, I think, yeah.
Knight e6, but okay, if I get the light squared bishop, then again I'm not that worried, yeah? Then I have bishop to c2, knight e2, and then we play this big strategical battle. So what is this then? Computer says like black should fall back, or black plays bishop d3. Is bishop d3 the problem?
I don't think that's
no,
a big
but
problem,
bishop
no?
d3 is the problem.
Queen d2.
And then bishop a6.
All right, but is that a big deal?
Apparently yes, because then we will not be able to castle, we will not be able to support this f4, f5, and then if a knight lands here, that is very bad news.
Let's say if we play some neutral move like bishop c2.
Yeah, bishop c2. I only don't know knight e6 or knight g6, which is more sympathetic. Okay, let's put it on e6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this one is, this is a nightmare. Kind of, yeah, this would have been very unpleasant.
Yeah, because here again, black is very close to establish control, not allowing f4.
Yes, so basically bishop d3, bishop c7 combined with bishop d3 seems to have been the key motive of the game, which this d3 square looks like empty. What is this? White will get time to kick it, but of course it stops castles.
And we would also like to point out that trading light squared bishops, for example with bishop c2 or whatever, is generally not something to worry about for black.
Yeah, then you are strategically just better, yeah.
And again, we get to play knight e6, short castle, and all the good moves.
Yeah, I even don't know with what do I take. Everything has its drawbacks. So, okay, we have seen how probably Magnus could have gotten the upper hand, but he missed this opportunity. He wanted to be too smart with knight a6, and time mattered in the position after all. Queen d2, stability, and Magnus is taking his time. It's not easy to decide what to do now.
Yeah, and after short castle is played, he will also have to decide, does he drop the bishop back and just leave this one on h4 to create kind of a phantom threat on the knight?
Well, actually, after knight e6, we can play short castle.
Yeah.
And if black plays bishop g6, maybe we can even play the anti-positional move f4. I don't know. It's
it's not really anti-positional if you kind of win material by pushing it. Yeah.
Exactly. But okay, intuitively I thought like no, I don't want it. But the closer I'm inspecting, I feel like it should be No, sorry. It was like
This is
this
what I
case
would
we
have
just
played
take,
with, yeah.
and then white is better. So this is not a question. Bishop g6 is principled, and then probably white can just push f4.
Yeah,
and there is no
suddenly
way.
it's all falling apart.
Yes, for example, takes. Black cannot block it because g4. Give black one more move, for example, a3, h5, just to illustrate that. Then suddenly, I think black is better. This established control gives black the upper hand, so it's all move, pen move. And Magnus about to make a move.
He played some forward
h5.
move. Wow.
Wow, this is total desperado. And this means that he's actually getting ready for that position, yeah, that after castle he wants to fall back with the bishop to g6, and then white is unable to play f4, but now Vincent will probably switch strategy.
Do you think it might mean that he wants to take on g3 to not allow g4 afterwards?
But you mean already after castles, take on g3, or you, I thought like
I'm not
after
sure.
castles, that's the big question, that do they treat the bishop because after f4 I would take,
Yeah,
but then we
okay,
don't play f4.
Yeah, exactly. f4 would not happen. And I'm thinking, I mean, bishop g3 is definitely something he relies on. The question is if he would play it here.
Yeah, but bishop g3, hg, I'm
And
kind
now,
of happy.
let's see, g4, is it a threat, or can we, maybe we can just play something like queen g6?
Queen g6.
This looks a little artificial, but
Yeah, I have all these knight e2s.
yeah. Also, the knight on a6 is just not doing anything. Yeah.
It's far away. Yeah, at least okay. It will head to e6, but it feels like white should be.
Knight e6 is kind of forced, I guess.
It is forced, absolutely forced. And now I have options.
Yeah, it feels that black isn't really collapsing just yet, but his position is kind of full of holes.
Yes, and now this pawn structure is of course a treasure. It's really a treasure structure. I don't know exactly how I would love to, of course, play knight f4 and then takes, but knight f4 is met by queen takes g3 at the moment. And it looks dangerous, but maybe it's working. So I was even thinking about a move like king f2, protecting, and then going knight f4, just absolutely systematic. Can I do that?
Not convinced.
Yeah, because
I mean,
a bit,
let's say I castle short.
yes, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's just a systematic approach that I think that if I get out, I'm of course doing fantastic, but the knight on a6 is terrible.
Okay, let's see. This feels like, I don't know, I'm trying to make something concrete work here, but it's...
Yeah, very difficult against this cemento.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, those are the strategic dangers. So at the moment, I'm not 100% sure how Magnus wants to justify his play. This bishop h4, h5 feels a bit desperado to me. That you play this because you are not happy about any other choice. And why Vincent doesn't want to castle short? This, you remember that was a question instead of queen d2 already?
I think maybe it's just in this case if the #1 rated player in the world goes h5, you might just think for a little while before you castle into it. It's maybe just a question of being a little cautious here.
Yeah, to being cautious is always good. I'm loving that. You know, that I sign up for immediately. It just does not add up to me that Vincent played the move queen d2 almost instantly instead of castles. And
I believe he might not have expected h5, at least. I think most people would not expect h5.
Of course, h5 he did not expect, but that is short. But short castle should be on his agenda.
Imagine though, if after short castle, bishop g6, he is maybe considering how much time do I have. Maybe the bishop can drop back and I'll be hit with h4. He just wants to check it for sure.
Yes, of course. No, when the clock is ticking, you sit at the board, you have so many questions and you want to answer them before you do anything. The good thing is that clockwise Magnus caught Vincent, so this means that he can afford to spend some time. Very interesting strategical battle.
I think while Vincent is thinking, we can go have a look at the bird's eye view and see what the games have to offer here.
Yes.
Oh, wait, is that? I'm actually very curious what Abdusattorov and Nepomniachtchi are doing, because the last we saw, the black had a knight on f4, it disappeared now, and a lot of other things are happening in its place.
Wow. Okay, this is a prestige duel. I feel like the two gladiators are fighting it out, and both of them wants to put his will on the opponent. That I want to show that I'm a boss here. And clockwise, Abdusattorov is up on the clock, okay, but I think Nepo is kind of happy with the position.
I mean, just from experience, I struggle to envision a scenario where Nepo is in actual time trouble. Perhaps it can happen.
Maybe we'll see it exactly today in this game, because Abdusattorov is also known to be putting pressure on his opponent on the clock. By the way, in Hans Niemann game, the bishop f6 cemento appeared. With the route, he took the knight d8 route, because now white has committed a4, knight e6, knight c5 is of course very tempting. The knight on c5 would be covering the e4 square, putting pressure on the a4 pawn. I like it. Suddenly, it feels like Hans became a... I don't want to... He called it that he's playing old man chess, but it is really like he's patient. Also, his interviews changed. Yeah, he used to be much more aggressive. Now he's somehow more controlled. And his chess is also much more controlled. Don't you have this impression?
I can't speak to his personality, but here he definitely calmly gave this pawn for positional compensation, and he's not making any really rash moves. We'll see. I think it's a pretty decent position, especially I feel like a5, a4. Now we will see that it was a little bit to his advantage.
Yes.
Maxime might have to commit the bishop to e3 to guard against knight c5. And Hans is very much in the game despite being a pawn down.
No, I just feel like that in this tournament, Hans's choices and the way how he plays are so much more closer to my heart than it was before. Yes, I mean, he was known with all this bullying his opponent, yeah, playing quickly, putting pressure here and there, provoking things. And now he's just, you know, tranquilo. Yeah, absolute tranquilo. I'm liking it. Knight e6 on the board. Nice maneuvering. Why not? Why not? Hans is showing a different angle from... he played with bishop d7 first. A lot of small finesses. Am I becoming a Hans Niemann fan? I mean, his chess is very interesting.
Yeah, and I think bishop d7 wants to go to c6 early, potentially, to not allow any knight e4. And we'll see. I think he's very close to equal there. Might actually find a way to liquidate altogether.
Yeah, he should. He just have to prove that the concept was right. Yeah, the concept giving up the pawn and grabbing the pawn was not any worrisome for black. Very nice strategical battle. And what else? Vincent is still taking his time. There is some heavy development in Solana versus Daniel Hausrat game. The computer is giving now clear advantage for white. One or two moves before it said advantage black. It's a back and forth kind of stuff. Black has sacrificed 2 pawns for the initiative. Look at that bishop on d1. That bishop hasn't moved and it has no perspective, but it protects the weakness on c2. Maybe that's a game that we could quickly check out while the other games are a little bit quiet. We might not get the chance afterwards to come back to this complete chaos.
Yeah, we saw white collecting 1 pawn.
Yeah, okay, but that was also just bird's eye view. Let's go slowly, step by step, that everyone gets the chance to see what really unfolded here. So for the moment, so far so good. Symmetry, and then the move d3 somehow provoked Daniel. that wait a second, d3, are you playing d3 with bishop on d1? You are not even trying to take care of that bishop. And he opted for a very aggressive approach, e5, which maybe Solana had actually provoked. g3, very strange move. Oh no, d3, g3. And here I believe that Daniel rushed with d5, got carried away. And then after fe5, maybe this was good, but after knight e5, he certainly missed this queen d4. Bishop f6, played, yeah, now because of knight f3 check, it's clear that white has to take on d5. Knight e6, knight e3, bishop d7. According to computer, almost every single move is a mistake. Just shows that what a crazy and difficult position is. Of course, when there is no logic, then computer is 1,000 times stronger. Otherwise, computer is just stronger. In this position, 1,000 times stronger than any human. Rook f1, bishop c6, queen a5, b6, chasing the queen all the way to a3. And here, you see, computer says that actually black has very nice compensation. And after the move knight d4, knight takes f5, it's suddenly critical. I don't know. Maybe thought it is because we don't have time. We want to go to the main position. Can you just please highlight that after move 11, queen a3, what was the computer thinking being the key move for black? That would be a great help. I don't think that we are in shape to...
No, I think there just probably isn't anything outstanding here,
but something that stabilizes the situation, yeah?
Maybe something like bishop e7 and g6.
Ah, okay, no. That's what I also saw, like bishop e7, g6, the two moves that came to mind. Computer says just castle, ignore the a7 pawn, ignore the f5 pawn, which was the spirit, and knight takes f5, and just go king b8 and chill. Long-term compensation, yes, okay. In order to be sure that this is the computer's move, we would have spent probably some 20 minutes. We did not have that luxury, so knight d4 happened, knight takes f5, and the move long castle. So actually, Dania is very unfortunate that he's having the right spirit, just the execution is not with the computer precision.
Yeah, somehow just, I believe, the possibility of trading this one piece off.
Yeah.
The super active knight on d4, it is a big thing for white, and he might get out because of this.
And why can't we just play bishop e3 and be super happy?
There's knight c4, you gotta be careful, yeah? Oh no, wait, what am I saying?
C4?
No, I was thinking that there's a king on d1.
Oof, I almost got a heart attack that. I mean, I'm expecting so many dark clouds here. Bishop e3, knight g4, whatever, but exactly knight
It's been a long day, Peter.
For sure, definitely. Not just a long day, many long days. And bishop e3, I was thinking like maybe some knight g4, but then there is some rook f6 craziness coming. It might work. Knight g4, rook f6, boom.
Yeah, that is working out in white's favor.
And then this bishop is hanging, and this crazy little bishop does incredible job of protecting the c2 pawn and guards the king. What a position. I feel very sorry for Daniel that he found the idea of sacrificing a second pawn, but he put the knight on d4 and allows it to be traded. That's the difference. But who knows, if bishop e3 is not the move, and according to computer it was not the main move, it was okay move, but not the main, then I feel like black has some practical hope, because bishop e3 is so tempting.
Yeah, he obviously has.
What else could be a choice?
I suppose something like e3?
e3, yes.
I mean, you were complaining about the bishop on d1.
I was, but I was also highlighting that what a great job it was doing in many of the occasions. e3 weakens some squares. No, computer, come on, help me. Help me. Bring back the good old days when you are helping me. e3.
White will get very close to castling him very, very fast. Yeah.
I actually wonder, that's a completely different topic, and I just mentioned it semi-seriously, that actually could it be that in the future, if AI, Kai gets out of control, than chess players' expertise that we have been, fighting with engines all our lives. We have some insights. Could it be important for humanity, helping, clarify situations? It's joking, but we have been seeing science fiction movies, like 30, 40 years ago, which we were thinking and smiling that, okay, this cannot be, and it became reality. Just a speculation. Without any thoughts, I was not even thinking about it, but it just suddenly came by looking at this position and highlighting that, here, things are completely out of control. Knight d4, a mistake, long castle, knight f5, king b8, the human way. And apparently after knight e7, Sotiris even continued that, very importantly, the computer actually wants to give the c6 bishop, not the f6 bishop.
That makes sense, though, if you look at white's pawn structure.
Yes, okay, always once we see it makes sense, but for example, I see some queen a4, queen e4 business.
And the queen might come into g2.
Yes, it comes, definitely it comes. Yeah, all right, so Sanna is taking his time, actually taking much more time than usual. This is not the automatic position that Sanna is so used to.
Yeah, he has already spent more time than on his entire game against Magnus in the morning.
Yes.
And I believe while he does so, we
Bird's
should go
eye
back.
view, yeah. Absolutely. Bird's eye view. The game is on. The big match between Vincent Keymer and Magnus Carlsen. And Vincent refuses to castle because he got worried of this doubling the pawns. But yeah, if he could have called me for a second, I would have just comforted him that just close your eyes and go. Let it happen. Let it happen. We welcome this trade. Oof. Knight c2.
It does feel unnatural, yeah. And I mean, now black probably has no reason to take whatsoever. He will just drop the bishop back eventually.
Because I feel like bishop takes GC is such a strategical concession from black that actually he does it because it is a necessity, not because he wants it. Yeah, that was my kind of reasoning behind going for short castle.
I'm thinking, Peter, maybe it's not in your spirit, but are we getting close to the territory where long castle is a move?
For whom? For black?
For black, yes.
Yes, for black, yes. Why not? It is
perhaps not here. I would kind of keep white guessing, but maybe even here, yeah.
Yeah, and already engine is kind of happy for like, but I just cannot understand. Yeah, that okay, not to castle and force bishop takes GC and there is clarity, and then we go knight e2, and then even if needed, like we looked king f2 and then knight f4 trade, the bishop gets on f4 and we cover the dark squares and black has no counterplay and we play for suffocation. This is I don't know, it's kind of shocking to me. This is shocking to me, but okay, of course Vincent is playing the 7th round. Everybody's exhausted. The opening didn't go exactly, because when things are logical from the beginning, then it is so much more easier to continue playing the good moves. Yeah, this we have all been there. That, like also Magnus at one moment lost control when he was very happy. Yeah, he was so happy walking around that I have everything under control, and then he relaxed, and then suddenly Vincent got a chance and he did not know what to do with it.
Do you think Magnus will castle long, or will he play another move like knight c7, knight e6, anything like that?
Well, long castle in my mind it's very principled. But okay, we have to consider the follow-up, that what happens if black plays knight e6, then clearly Vincent already castles, and then black will have this problem with this f4, f5 once again, because bishop takes g3, ag is never a possibility. But yeah, let's get the players back on our camera. I want to see body languages. I want to see how
I'm thinking that maybe we are not forced to drop back to g6.
After which move?
After always whenever white castles. So we could just go back to d7 and play knight e6. It doesn't usually appear natural, but if white has already played the way he has, maybe the bishop has nothing to do on g6.
So all right, then which move you start with?
Let's say long castle, yeah.
Long castle, okay, I believe I have to castle. I cannot not castle.
And now, for better or worse, I'm thinking bishop d7.
Okay, bishop d7, yeah, because yeah, now bishop g3, knight g3 would be clearly in white's favor. That's the idea. So the bishop has to fall back, and you go back to d7. But this is a little bit passive. Okay, bishop c2.
Or perhaps, wait, could we go to h7? I'm just thinking how to take the sting out of this f4 idea.
Yeah, well, also after bishop, maybe I can do some b4. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Vincent played the move knight c2. Now I understand that the queen is covering the b4 square, and he can maybe start immediate action. There is always some reasoning behind knight e2, of course.
Yeah.
We see the evil bar changing, and then it is very easy for us also to change. Of course, my idea was better, and it was backed by computer because the evil bar, but the players don't have this luxury, so it is absolutely not for any critic towards the players. It's just that I'm so emotional seeing this game, and sometimes I cannot control my emotions. So okay, knight e2, long castles, short castle, and
bishop
you
h7.
play bishop h7. Yeah, the bishop has to stay on this diagonal. Because even if you go b4, then this is vital, yeah?
Yeah. The b4, we could also just drop back knight c7.
Yes, of course, you drop back, but still it's very handy that you have that bishop.
No,
And b4 is very committal because potentially there is this c4 square weakness.
I'm also thinking that without a target on g6, is f4 really a move you want to play? Probably not, right?
No, absolutely not. It did not even cross my mind. That was like when there was a skewer, yeah, knight e6, bishop g6, then f4. Let me just put it on the computer. I'm pretty sure that black will be immediately better. The knight can also go to d7. All right, no engine, don't do this to us. We wanted to educate people, yeah, that you cannot weaken the light squares. Those are the souls of this position. And the computer has no soul. No, this is a huge disappointment. A really huge disappointment.
Carlsen's still thinking.
Okay, the long castle is also, for us, very easy to, okay, yeah, why not long castle? Let's take a look. Alex, yeah, it's your move. I will castle short, of course, and then let's speculate. But, yeah, of course, the players...
Long castle is a move that you can only play once a game, yeah?
Yes. Exactly. And we have already seen that the margin of error here is very high, that you just can suddenly make a natural move, and it might be very good one move earlier or one move later, but exactly at that moment, it's all about prophylactic, yeah? I believe it's all about prophylactic. A fascinating encounter. Of course, I think the people were hoping exactly for such uncompromising fight. It started out slow. It had the scare that, it's symmetrical, maybe nothing will happen. But no, it is Magnus Carlsen. He will find the way. He find the way, and now it is up to Vincent to fight back. Nervous situation. 44 minutes versus 34. Magnus about to make a move. Knight c7. Knight c7 is Magnus' choice.
Neutral move, yeah?
Yeah, but somehow I don't know. Does black really have time for this? Because now after short castle, what does he intend to do? Now finally, come on, Vincent, if you don't castle now, and it turns out that castle is a mistake, but let's make it. No, castle is, of course, okay, it cannot be that. And knight c2 is kind of the preparation for it. What could it be that Magnus has in?
Yeah, there we go. We see
short castle played, good, okay. And let's see, Magnus will blitz out his move.
He will play fast. Question is, where does the bishop go? Does it go to h7?
Yeah, that bishop has to move. That is for sure. Bishop h7 is the most likely candidate. You cannot afford bishop c2 development, like bishop d7, bishop c2, then the f5 square will be weak. Bishop g5 can come. You need that diagonal.
Yeah, we need to anticipate f4. And
Yeah, and in any case, even where to put it, because bishop g6, even knight f4 is kind of a problem. Yeah, you have to move it as far away. I'm just confused that Magnus is not blitzing it out. That is the shocker.
what do you think is Vincent's plan here, while Magnus hasn't castled long and kind of b4 isn't really a viable plan?
Well, I'm waiting for you to decide what you're gonna do. Yeah, bishop h7, then I cannot play bishop c2, but then I might head towards the bishop g5 direction, because then the h5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, this is one of those things. Yeah, if bishop falls back to h7, I can play bishop g5, and after trade, black is unable to jump with the knight to e6 because that pawn is hanging, or at least one has to really seriously calculate the consequences of it. So there is some confusion. I want to wait for Magnus's move in order to understand where we are heading. He did spend over 10 minutes on knight c7.
Yeah, and he certainly expected short castle, so he is double checking something.
I mean, who are we compared to Magnus? Yeah, so if he doesn't know exactly what's going on, then how could we know? We are just speculating. We are in the dark. I'm a little bit puzzled, yeah, that Magnus plays a little too hesitant. I felt like he is the player who can have the clear vision and navigate, but it just shows that how complex and difficult this position is.
But in general, I don't dislike knight c7 as a move, because you kind of want to keep all your options open, yeah? And maybe you will castle long, but if white goes something like b4, a4, then I think there's no reason to accommodate him.
But I will never play b4, a4. It will never even cross my mind.
You might not, yeah, but you are not the one playing Magnus right now.
Yeah, but okay, Vincent is kind of my school. Yeah, I don't think that unless black's king is on c8, he will start going for this b4. It's much more about this square somehow. And that after knight c2, you mentioned correctly that probably he got scared of this bishop take g3, h3 structures with the rook on h8 and the h pawn already advanced on h5. But now that he secured that g3 square with his knight, then he will stick to his kind of instincts. And I think bishop g5 is very much his kind of spirit.
First of all, we need to see a move from the f5 bishop, though.
Yes, one thing is clear, that black cannot afford this. We can guarantee that black has no right to let this happen, because takes bishop c2, and then the light squares and white's pieces are so harmonious.
Yeah, I believe if Magnus lets Vincent take the bishop, then he will come in here himself and tell us that he should be disqualified.
Exactly. It's an automatic disqualification. Whoever lets that bishop be captured in this position should be disqualified. Should start, training very heavily for half a year or 1 year, and then want to come back. That yes, now I already understand things. I can play, because this is the essence, the absolute basic of the game. Yeah, that the squares, the light squares, are the soul of this position. And you can only give it up if you have this bishop c7, knight e6, knight g6, knight f4 construction, and you are
basically if you have everything already.
Exactly. Only if everything. If just something, it's not enough. But
I mean, he must be considering going to d7. Otherwise, I really don't see what it could be, because bishop g6, to me, conceptually doesn't make sense to stand in f4.
And also knight f4 and f4. Yeah, there's just too many, too many crazy things. But bishop d7 has the benefit that against bishop g5 you can take and play h4. I think this is exactly the dilemma that Magnus has, and that's why he's burning so much time. After bishop d7, bishop g5 takes, he can play h4. He's about to make a move, and he will play bishop d7. He wants to stop. No, he goes bishop h7. All right. But then after bishop g5, we actually have to calculate this very important line, what will happen there when white picks up the pawn on h5.
Are you sure that he will pick it up?
No, but it's something to seriously calculate.
I mean, bishop g5 we can actually put on the board because
Yeah.
bishop takes g5, queen g5 is forced.
Yes, and now what is the move?
And let's see.
And what is the move now? This is the $1,000,000 question.
I would think that maybe move by move bishop d3 can work.
Yes, this bishop d3 move is the only move kind of also, but no, here queen e3 check. Here
Queen,
you cannot.
okay.
Yeah, here you cannot. Yeah, otherwise it would have been very smart. Because I was calculating this bishop d3 after any knight e6 takes bishop d3, and then I was going knight h3, and then rook h4. There are even plays like this. Wow. Okay, just to highlight, probably it is. I still have some f4.
We could use Peter. I'm sorry,
Yes?
but we could use the other knight.
This one.
Yeah, so we can actually play knight b5 and just collect the
Oh,
pawn.
knight b5. This is the game changer. That's it. Thank you very much. This changes everything. After takes, this isolated pawn, which was so nicely protected with the bishop, the dark square bishop and everything now, you want to play bishop d3 or you want to play knight b5. In any case, you are doing fine. Probably you are even better. But this changes everything. Why did this take Magnus so much time? I completely missed it, but I'm not Magnus.
No, I mean, maybe bishop d7 was also tempting. It is not that someone whispers in his ear that he can't play for an advantage. He has to find it out himself first.
Yes. So bishop h7. This is the live board. No.
No, the live board is after bishop h7.
Bishop
yeah.
h7. Computer is always, when we already had some analysis, then he cannot get back to that. Okay, so I keep our analysis bishop h7. Yeah, this is the current situation. Can I push this button? Let me try to push this button.
And like with this knight e2
No,
and
even
knight
this,
g3.
even this button does not help me anything. Okay, now we are live. Good.
I wanted to say even the knight e2, knight g3 setup kind of boxed Vincent in a little bit. He doesn't have that many moves to choose from, yeah? Because he doesn't want to trade light squared bishops. We established that.
Yes.
And kind of dissolving this knight e2, knight g3 again doesn't make a lot of sense right now. So which moves could he play?
But now already we can appreciate the move knight a6 to c7. Yes, so basically it was envisioned probably with the fact that Magnus is fighting against bishop g5, because I told you that I feel that any strategical player is leaning towards that I would like to play bishop g5 and I hope it works out in my favor. And Magnus made sure that actually that knight will be in time to reach to b5, hitting the d4 pawn in that forced line.
I'm thinking that I wouldn't play bishop g5 to begin with here.
Yes, we shouldn't, because it doesn't, I mean, it's a very direct way. If it works, it works. If not, not.
Yeah. There's, I think there are two kind of similar ideas that speak to me. One of them is going f4.
f4, yeah?
Still.
Oof, yeah.
Despite
okay.
everything, just going f4.
Yeah, you know, my stomach reacts to a move like f4. This is,
As you, I mean, if you, I would expect you to say that black is already strategically winning.
Yeah, that I have, you know, I would prefer to be black immediately after pawn moves to f4. But
no, but even before.
Yes, now that we discovered that bishop g5 is not possible, I'm happy with black.
And then we kind of need something active to compensate for it. And the other move I was considering, which looks a little bit strange, and maybe it doesn't work because the bishop is too exposed, but I was thinking bishop f4.
Trying to get to, but as you said, it's too exposed. I'm not liking it. Knight c7 to e6.
And bishop, I suppose, e5.
And then you will play with f4, yeah?
Yeah,
and this is,
yeah.
This is your cement the bishop and then f4.
Exactly,
because
yeah.
you cannot not play f4. That is your spirit. Wow, okay, I have to take the move seriously. I relaxed a bit after bishop f4.
I was thinking that probably something like maybe not knight g6, h5 is hanging, but basically hitting the bishop before we get to play bishop e5, f4.
Yes. But yeah, bishop f4 is it's of course a provocation. It's a difficult move to even start considering. You start considering it, I think, because you are not so satisfied with any other options. That's how I
because
feel.
like in the dream world, it is a better version of f4.
Yes, of course. Bishop e5 and f4, and it all makes sense. Yeah. Very interesting.
I believe Vincent is considering probably at least one of those two moves.
Yeah,
Because
he has to.
he will not sit back and just let Magnus coordinate maybe castle long or retreat the bishop to push h4. Because Magnus has a lot of moves that he wants to play, while for Vincent it's not so easy to find the moves that he really wants to make work.
Yes. Actually, my feeling is, yeah, we have to decide what to do, because probably we should take a break at some point, but we have been speculating with this position, and it's so intriguing that I'm not sure that I can let it happen that we miss out on the next move, yeah, because this is now such an important decision.
No, I think we will catch the move after the break, and I think our audience will also see the move since the cameras are still running. So this might be a good moment to break before the
Vincent
action
plays,
hits up.
and Vincent
Oh, he
plays
plays
knight
something
f4.
else entirely.
He plays the move knight f4. Okay, it is interesting move, and I like the determination and the look. That's why I did not want to leave, you know, no break before the move is played. I want to see the reaction of the players, and it signaled some confidence that I'm ready for a challenge. That's it. And now we can have a break, because
All right.
because Magnus will take his time. This is the right moment, and we will be back with all the action. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, we had the break. We needed the break to recharge. Drama in the air. Vincent Keymer is leading the tournament with 6 out of 6, fighting against Magnus Carlsen, and of course there are like 11 players, other players chasing him with 5 out of 6. It's a very big game. Magnus is trying everything in his power to stop Magnus Carlsen is trying to stop Vincent Keymer. But the move knight f4, which we patiently waited out before we went to the break, it had this shining feeling on Vincent, like, I know what I'm doing. And he also looked at Magnus like, what do you think about this? And Magnus spent quite a lot of time finally opting for bishop takes g3, a move that he certainly did not want to play, because giving up the dark squared bishop is a very big concession. But the question probably was on his mind, that what to do with the h5 pawn, and he couldn't find the right way. So takes, knight fe6, and now probably Vincent opted for knight d3. That would be the most natural human move in the position, regrouping the knight, eyeing the e5 square, which basically invites black to take on d3 when we have the 2 bishops versus the 2 knights, or the move queen g6, which is a double attack on the knight on d3 and the pawn on g3. And let's try to read Magnus's body language. That, look at this, he's a little bit surprised. Is he counting on queen g6 double attack? What do you make of this, Alex? You are the dynamic expert.
Well, thank you. I'm the expert on a great many things by now, yeah, as you say it. You know, I would think that Magnus is someone who always believes his position to be more or less okay, and I can't see him believing in it after any other move than queen g6. Like, just allowing knight e5 is not a good option. Taking on d3 might be decent, but
he takes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, shows what I know, but
yeah, but it's not a happy choice, yeah, because now white has all the freedom. Imagine Magnus Carlsen would be playing with the white pieces. He would be super happy, and his body language tells it all. He's a little bit in desperate mode.
Does he have some h4 in mind here? Because I really struggle to see how he can justify this to himself.
Yes. Yeah, h4 in order to do against g4 to have knight f4 jump. That makes a lot of sense. Of course, I have queen f5 against it, but you play then knight c7 to e6, and you establish kind of a grip.
I also assume he will go long castle sooner or later, perhaps even here.
Yeah, but if you waste a tempo, then I felt like this bishop c2 threatening queen f5 will give white very nice stability.
Perhaps, yeah.
So your timely h5, h4, I believe it could be of vital importance, yeah, that not allowing this nice stabilizing idea.
Perhaps it is necessary, though, and then we still play something like long castle, bishop c2, rook df8.
But why have you given up on your h4 idea, with which you scared me?
I believe that I should not just give you more control of the f5 square just now, because knight f4 doesn't seem like a very dangerous idea to me.
Ah, really? But so what should white do now?
I suppose g4.
Yes, knight f4.
Let's see, queen f5.
Yes, knight c7, e6. Yeah, this was the line that I calculated. And what is my problem? I felt like I'm doing good.
Okay, here you secured the knight on f4, yeah? Suddenly.
Exactly. I thought that this is fantastic. That's why I got actually shocked that, wait a second, yes, I was so euphoric about all this, but you hit me with h4.
Isn't there, after knight f4, it takes and queen g6? This has to be calculated very precisely, no?
Ah, okay. Good. So g4, knight f4. Takes, but giving up my dark square, unless I'm not winning on the spot.
Yeah, but that is the question. Are we winning on the spot? No, it seems not. But,
okay, king
but
f8.
just king f8, yeah?
Just
okay.
king f8, and I'm winning on the spot. Everything falls apart. So you called out this h4, and I perfectly agree that it simply cannot be that Magnus plays a different. I'm thinking about h4, f4. Finally, your f4 move comes naturally to me here, because I want to be able to meet ag with f5. And thanks to the bishop on d1, I'm avoiding all this typical checkmating pattern.
There's even an intermediate move like queen f6, though.
Then I have bishop g4, bishop h3. I'm lucky.
I'm not saying you're not lucky, but...
I'm lucky.
You are lucky, I'm sure, but still. I can basically force you to take my knight with knight g5, right?
I have to. Bishop f4? I was counting on some bishop f4 business. Eliminating this pawn, but maybe I have the chance to take, because I can also give a check. I can pick up this pawn, long castle f6 check, and then the pawn gets to f7. Okay, very sharp stuff. We have to calm down. We have to. But this is exactly what Magnus is calculating, and of course Vincent spent all his time on before going knight d3, because this line is decisive. That who benefits from this?
I mean, it is decisive if white actually goes for g4, yeah? Otherwise, I believe he can try to kind of minimize the damage and try to stay in control, but if he wants to actually prove an advantage here with white, then I think g4 has to be the move.
But after h4, I will play f4. You don't believe in f4?
Oh, sorry, f4.
Yes,
that's what
exactly.
I meant. Yeah, because I got
g4 knight,
there.
g4 knight f4 is for me absolutely no go. I cannot let that happen. And yeah, Magnus down to 16 minutes, and this is till the end of the game. And we talked about it, that usually Magnus likes to press on the clock. He doesn't like to fall behind. It just shows that what a complex, and h4 on the board.
Yeah, we see it.
Vincent looks at it like, what? I thought that this is not possible. I thought like I have this under control.
Yeah, he feels like there's some conflict of calculations happening. Magnus is saying this is working, and Vincent is, he's thinking, are you sure about this?
Well, no, I don't agree that Magnus thinks like it is working, because then he would have blitzed it out. Yeah, he spent bishop takes the some time.
I mean, he's not playing a move that he deliberately thinks is losing.
Of course, no, but it was just like he had no other choice. Long castle, bishop c2, and white is enjoying what we were saying, yeah, that, okay, if white just controls that position, Magnus will never ever let that happen, yeah, because he knows that this is. Also, you highlighted h4 move, that this is critical, and of course f4 is the only way for white to play in the spirit, because now we got the light square bishop, and since we are not getting mated, that's why we are able to play that move. f4, hg, f5, and then this queen f6. Probably we'll be seeing that position that
I'm thinking this is a very major choice here, and Vincent will take a bit of time, because you do not just play f4 allowing hg unless you're 100% sure you get to a safe position.
Yes, g4 is out of the cards, because g4, knight f4, Vincent is a strategist. He knows that he doesn't want to, and he likes knights, by the way. Maybe I'm revealing too much of a secret, but okay, yes, he likes knights, everybody knows. And there is the argument that, okay, some gh4, but this is so much not the spirit, because then black will get initiative.
Yeah, that's what I meant, that there are moves to kind of not get mated and just try to play, but like gh4, it's just not going to prove an advantage here.
Yeah, takes, rook h4, and then bishop c2, and then try to basically meet queen h5 with queen g6. That would be good. Black castles, and then things out of control. So this is absolutely no option. I think that after h4, f4 is strictly the only move. And Vincent had to rely on it, because before going knight d3, he had to foresee this.
I'm very sure, Peter, that f4 is not the only move, in fact. It's just that computers show us time and again that we are missing a lot of options. f4 is probably the only consequential move that humans can see. But I'm sure even g4 can be made work, and perhaps there is even something else.
You think, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you and I have both analyzed with engines for a long time. We see that anything we consider forced might not be forced after all.
Yes, that's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, Vincent has a lot of time. Yeah, he has over half an hour, and he already spent quite some time. Wow, don't tell this, Sotiris, don't tell me this, please, because this means that Vincent has a chance to get confused, yeah? The information we got from Sotiris, or their producer, that basically f4, g4 is maybe, according to computer, of equal strengths, but okay. F4 is best on more depth. Thank you very much. Of course, yes. No, it has to be F4. It is the practical move because we are fighting a game of wheels, yeah. And after G4, Knight F4, Black gets what he wants. But I believe only computer can then prove from White's perspective that that is possible. While after H4, F4, I believe that humanly speaking, it's promising.
In any case, he does have a choice here. And I would like to check actually if we have any results or any games heading for a result. Because we are already closing in on 3 hours of game time. And we might get the bird's eye view of the first few boards.
Time to look at Nyepo against Abdusatov. That's a very important game. Clash of Titans. Nyepo probably feeling like, what is this? I got MVL in the morning, Abdusatov in the afternoon. He seems to be, what is this? Equal pawns. White will get this F3 blockading knight. That feels like should give White enough to hold the position.
Well, he might get it. He might also just get it after he loses a pawn, yeah?
Yeah, computer clearly gives... because it is black to move.
It is black to move, yes.
Oh, no, I thought like, no. Then, okay, wait a second. That's a completely different story. Then Nyepo has a chance.
I believe so, yeah. Also, there are a lot of weaknesses in the position, and it's very likely that the bishop is generally more comfortable playing on the open board. And Nyepo takes the pawn. We see it now.
Of course.
So pawn up endgame, and will be an uphill struggle for Abdusattorov. He is very tenacious in worse positions. We have seen him save many lost ones, but nonetheless, this one is Nyepo's game for now.
Wow, what do we see in Pranav Sarin? This looks awful for black. That's the feeling, no? This bishop is stuck on d8. White has a total grip. White is even pawn up. Has active pieces.
Yeah, he is a pawn up.
This is looking very promising, and on the 6 board, Sana seem to have basically...
he has managed to castle.
Yes. He's
Did
up
he pick up
3
another
pawns.
pawn? Yeah, he picked up another one.
Yeah, he's up 3 pawns, and I don't really see any big danger looming towards him. Okay, there are still some knight c3, knight c4 tricks in the air that one has to be careful about, but... And we see Vincent is calculating this f4, gf5, that it should be good, but not that I get checkmated prematurely on the h file.
Yeah, so we see potentially some people will be going up to 6 out of 7. Maybe we can briefly have a look at boards 7 through 12 to see the remaining people in the chasing pack. And there we see all games still going. No short draws like we saw on occasion in the morning or also in the rounds before.
Yeah, that position had much more potential to be dry.
And in fact, look at the Zazikiran Yakuboyev game. Does that structure remind you of something?
Yes, why is the reverse Vincent Magnus game? And look at this. Yeah, Vincent. Yeah, it's not a enviable situation when after I don't know how many hours you have to suddenly calculate if you will be checkmated or not, and based on this fact you have to make your decision that f4 is right or not.
Yeah, this is kind of a 1 or 0 call. You either believe you're safe or you just completely reject the idea.
And Fanveli Fedoseev, it looks like Fanveli playing the systematic game. Fedoseev should have never let that happen because Luki is such an incredible maestro of this d4, f5, g4 provocation should have not been allowed. There we have these two
Fanveli squeezing big space advantage.
Yeah, space advantage. There is also this knight a2, bishop b4, knight b4 kind of square available. Black will definitely try to break out with some c5, but queen on g2 is also then targeting the king on b7.
We also see Morzin, from what it looks like, having an absolute dream of a kind of King's Indian position with a close center. He absolutely got the strategic dream going there. The bishop on b3 is a rather sad piece.
Yeah, that was a horrible opening from Friedman. Yeah, we have seen it that it heavily backfired.
And this game is black's to win at this point.
And Mursin is a great strategist. But yeah,
We see though no games absolutely decided yet. Even I think where the biggest advantage we had was in Sarana versus Hausrat, where still White has to navigate some tricks. And
yes. Tricks,
people are fighting to the end.
But I believe in Sarana, of course, yeah, that it looks like he should be able to coordinate forces and then just win the game without any adventures. But okay, we have seen this. I think we have to head back to Vincent against Magnus and the other boards just to see the tension, yeah, to feel the tension, because h5, h4 played. Magnus has 16 minutes, 28 seconds. Vincent had more than half an hour. He had more than 35 minutes, I believe. And he has already spent 10 minutes. And I don't see a desire that he's already able to make up his mind. Maybe now, did he finally calculated everything till the end?
He understands this is a big decision, and by his body language, I would think he is rather going g4 than f4, but perhaps I'm reading too much into it. He doesn't seem to have this kind of overwhelming confidence that, yes, Magnus, I know what you did, but I'm ready to prove that it's just not enough.
But I was expecting him that he had foreseen this h4 and he was counting on f4. That was kind of the first impression how he reacted to the move h4. That, okay, really, so, and there is something, maybe your queen f6 move. Yeah, maybe we can also get back the analysis board just to highlight that what is the move that somehow appeared and Vincent is not 100% sure about. I would like to show that one more time.
Yeah, we can go to the zoomed in view.
Yes, h4. So we are talking about this f4, h takes g3, f5. Here, one could finish the calculation because, okay, thank you very much. The typical rook h1, king h1 is not working. And then suddenly this queen f6 move appears by reinforcing the threat of rook h1, king h1, queen h4, checkmate on h2. So that's why I was so incredibly happy to be able to meet it with bishop g4. But then the knight starts to jump. You have all these rook h4s. There are suddenly things heating up. What was your choice?
I think here, I believe I wanted to go knight g5.
Knight g5.
We still had this on the board.
Yes, and then was a debate that do I take and then give a check or do I take on g3, which very easy to be asking questions from here.
Yeah, but you see, even here, it's not 100% clear where the variation ends.
Yes.
And Vincent is trying to make sure that this doesn't just suddenly work perfectly for white. For black, sorry.
Because if you play the move bishop f4, you jump.
I suppose.
What do you do? Knight
e4, I think. Is that a move?
And I cannot take on
Maybe you
c7.
can. Yeah. Maybe you can. Yeah, you just can't. The bishop on h3 is covering everything.
Yeah, this is a total cemento. So you can't do this. Otherwise, bishop f4 is super tempting that I have this and this moves.
However,
but
I
you
can
play
just
queen
castle,
h6
no?
or castle.
No. I'm thinking, yeah. Is castles a move?
Just castle.
Do we just take g3? Maybe we just take g3.
I felt like castles, you don't have time. But queen h6, yeah, this is kind of maybe a typical
we
move
still
that,
have knight e4, yeah, okay.
that this, no, queen h6 loses because maybe we can just give a check. I don't know, it doesn't. But there is a checkmate threatening here, so unless we see a refutation, we cannot play it.
Why can't we play, let's say, rook ae1?
Okay, the king moves somewhere. King f8.
Let's say queen g3.
Of course, and then we sacrifice, yes.
Yeah, we just take on e4.
Yeah, exactly, no, of course, yeah. Then we just take and this is hopelessly lost. But then what is Vincent afraid of? Because he definitely has calculated up till here. He should notice the move bishop g4.
The question is also, what is the move after bishop f4 at all? Because the knight on c7 is hanging.
Yeah, and he has made the move, and it is f4, yeah. The heat is on. We will be
Absolutely.
seeing these lines. Yeah, there is resignation.
Oh, we have a. Is that looks like a draw to me?
Yeah, what is this
Is
perpetual
that,
or
is that
what?
correct?
What
Can
happened?
we very briefly go to this game, because
Yes.
it would be very outstanding if this ended so fast.
No, but I saw like black just resigned, so I cannot imagine. No, that is a king on d5.
Ah, that is a king on d5. Okay, yeah.
black
Then
just resigned. We can
This
also see that Daniel was happy that it was entertaining, but it did not work out. That is Sarana, a super GM who handled the difficulties quite nicely, and the moment of truth after f4, because it's all at stake. We can already forget about all kinds of finesses. There is nothing about finesses anymore. It's about brute force. If black is not able to find the way to white's king, then strategically white will be winning.
I mean, there isn't really another move to consider, unless does Magnus think about something like g6, but I can't really imagine it. Yeah.
It's too slow, yeah. It just cannot be. Then already g4 is fantastic, but maybe also f5 is just brutally strong.
And I'm sure that Magnus sees that after hg, at least he is not losing, he is still kind of fighting back. It is not a one-way street, and that should be enough to play hg, comparing it to any other move he can play.
Yeah, but those two bishops, hg on the board, f5 blitzed out. Now the players will be blitzing out their moves because they had been spending the last half an hour calculating this critical line.
Do we see queen f6? I would assume so, right?
Well, it's not yet appeared on our board, and it's not yet. It's on f7.
It is on f7. But do you see another candidate move? Because
No.
moving the knight isn't really an
That
option,
is
right?
capitulation, yeah. That is then also even bishop g5 comes and it cuts the king. No way. So queen f6 is the move because it gives black some dark square stability.
I mean, you have theoretically maybe some silly, probably some silly move like g6, we just play fg6, right?
No. Anyway, I even have against g6 have bishop g4.
And
Extremely tempting.
that was the idea, to look for something there, but I can't really imagine it.
Yes, even if you castle, you will run into all kinds of pins on this HCC8 diagonal. Just highlighting that if nothing better than this looks, even I can maybe trade the queens, and then rook gets. I don't believe that black can survive, but black also has probably other problems. So queen f6, we saw like it is strictly the only move.
I don't know. I feel a bit silly even suggesting it, but could we play queen e7?
And what is the benefit? Bishop g4, because you are in
We go knight g5. If bishop g5, there is no benefit, but against bishop f4, our knight isn't hanging.
Aha.
It is a very concrete idea. Obviously, people don't want to put their queen aligned with the king there.
But you also have to reckon with some queen, but f6 is too much, yeah. So queen e7.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking what he is considering.
You know, can you imagine that if you have spent all your time and all your energy on queen f6, and then suddenly your opponent plays queen e7 and it turns out to be smart, then you fell from your chair that...
Yeah, then we actually fall from the chair, yeah?
Exactly, yeah, because how come this small little move, and I see your point, that somewhere here you would like to get that knight to e4, yeah? This is kind of the imagination that I'm having. Of course, we have seen computers say that, no, this is all total catastrophe because probably there is some f6 winning the game on the spot, but just highlighting the small little nuances between these moves. So all eyes on Magnus. After f5, we are expecting the move queen f6.
Or does he want to kind of go passive with something like knight f8, long castle, knight d7?
No. I just cannot imagine. But of course, yeah, if he thinks like queen f6, principal move maybe loses by force, then he might have to. But no, knight f8, bishop g5, yeah? Whenever this knight moves, I think bishop g5 ends the game.
And it looks very rough.
Yeah, I don't even let that king escape anymore. No, queen f6, you spotted this move while blindfolded calculating h4 for the very first time, I remember.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of have to play it, yeah?
I think so.
He is letting his clock run dangerously low, though, because I don't know. Obviously, as a chess player, you should be practical. So if he's sure about this move and thinks about something further down the line, he might as well play it and see if Vincent plays bishop g4 and start calculating from there.
But now there's also tremendous pressure on Magnus, yeah, because these open tournaments are very tricky. If Magnus manages to win this game, then he will be a big favorite of winning the event. But if suddenly something goes wrong, yeah, Queen f6 played, then where will he stop? Yeah, because this is crazy. Yeah, then he would be just 5 out of 7. Yeah, so much at stake at this game. Unbelievable, a lot of tension. Vincent in this regard is safe, yeah, because he's 6 out of 6. Even if he loses this game to Magnus, first of all, he cannot play against Magnus anymore, and he's still tying first, yeah. So in this crazy kind of position, with all at stake, probably psychologically it benefits him. Yeah, bishop g4 is played.
Yeah, we see the moves.
Covering the h file, so all these tricks or tactics can be met by bishop h3, cementing the h file. That was the first critical move which one had to see before going for this line.
And I believe now, again, theoretically now you could consider retreating the knight because bishop g5 doesn't end the game, but still I think knight g5 is still the move you want to play, especially if you see that bishop takes g5 doesn't win the game and bishop f4 also doesn't win the game.
Yeah, but that is also still a very big question. Yeah, we don't know actually. We have never...
Yeah, we still don't know how bishop f4 does not win the game.
Yeah, because bishop f4 is so tempting that we did not even want to play bishop takes g5, giving up this beautiful bishop. But actually computer says that this is very good for white. I don't know, include the check or just take. Okay, let's one time include the check. Where does this king move?
Instinctively, I would say f8.
Yeah, but then there is this queen takes g3, queen d6 check business as well. I'm eliminating this pawn.
Yeah, I would have to, I don't know, even go knight e8 or whatever, and this cannot be the truth of the matter. Yeah.
Yeah, this is looking very bad.
That means
Maybe
we have to go.
F6
That means we have to like what? Go to d8 or do we go to f7? Going to f7 feels very wrong. So
the point is, however, already here the computer is showing kind of almost a killer blow instead of queen takes g3, which is also confusing. Surely
we can maybe go f6 or something. Yeah, but there is no need for it.
Yes. Okay, if we already have stability and good position, but this is a nightmare scenario for Magnus. This is maybe something that Vincent feels like, all right, this I have in my pocket, and if we get there, I will decide on whether I want bishop f4 or bishop takes g5. And he still has 22.5 minutes, so he can even afford to think maybe for another 10 minutes if he really feels like I have already covered things. I know that one direction is good, but to make sure that you choose the right one.
I'm feeling like Magnus, he understands that he needs to kind of play those only moves that he cannot refute, but he's still kind of a little doubting himself there.
Yeah, the problem is he's a brilliant calculator, so maybe the lines that we haven't finished yet, he has already finished in his mind, and then it's very difficult for him to decide to go for that. The big question, however, for me is that did he, when he went for this before h4, this whole bishop takes g3, hg, did he miss the move bishop g4 in this very moment? Yeah, he maybe was relying on f5, queen f6 trick. Yeah, knight g5 on the board. We will be heading towards the, well, actually we already reached the absolute critical position, the boiling point.
Yeah, and we see Vincent locking in.
Yeah, Vincent locking in. Now, the problem is that this bishop f4 is so tempting, and the computer says that it's not the best, immediately drops to kind of equal for some reason which we did not yet established.
Could it be, no, that we do have something of a threat in bishop e5, right?
Yeah, suddenly rook h4 hit me that can black play a move like rook h4. I if you ask me what do I want, I cannot explain. I'm touching the d4 pawn. That's the only idea of it.
That's why I wanted to go knight b5, but let's look at rook
and it
h4,
is,
yeah?
rook h4 is confirmed by, yeah, because this hit me that this bothers me, and because of this, then, wow, it's completely wild affair. What a position this is. But once you spot it, then actually you start, yeah, and Vincent is grabbing the knight on g5, yeah, you have to eliminate. Magnus captures back, and
Let's see, do we see rook ae1 in tempo, or do we see queen takes g3?
okay, rook a1 check. If we can include the check, black loses the right to castles. It is very tempting because queen takes g3, long castles, f6, king b8 looks very much like a double-edged game.
By the way, we maybe can and should go king d7, no? After rook ae1.
Probably.
It does feel a little shaky, but
Yes, we can. Rook a1 check and king to d7
into everything. And now queen g3. And if we do not have time for stuff like queen h4 because f6 just ends it.
into the great wide open, yeah? Tom Petty's song, this king d7 reminds me on this. No, don't go there.
Then we have checked basically every move, and we have to go king d8, yeah?
Yeah, where to hide, yeah, but king d8 is such a sad move, yeah? No coordination with the rook on, no, king d8 cannot be the move. Can you go to f7?
Queen g3.
And then move the knight to a8. Is this a possibility? Yeah, this is the best, yeah, and then queen takes g3 and maybe knight e8. No, knight e8 probably runs into f6. This f6 wins the game automatically. This wins the game automatically.
Got to be very careful here, yeah?
Very careful, yeah, but the knight is hanging.
And f6 is definitely a threat, yeah?
f6 is a threat. Don't tell me that queen d8 back is the move to step out of this f6. I cannot believe. Then anyway, f6, bishop f5 should be very powerful.
No, I think this requires something else, something like king g8.
Wow, that's when you fall from your chair. But king g8, I also hit you with f6.
gf?
gf, rook e7. I don't know,
Knight
just...
no, knight e8 cannot work.
Cannot work. Okay, intuitively it looks... Wow, we got some statistics. What is this statistic? Some results. So Aronyan won, but okay, he has already dropped 3 draws before. Sarana has won, we saw it. And Kamaledinova lost to Tobias Köhler. Tobias Köhler is such a tough opponent. I think, how much do you know about Tobias Köhler? You should know him well, no?
I know that I faced him in some blitz competitions, online blitz competitions, rapid competitions. I haven't seen him play classical basically anywhere yet, I think. Maybe he played some German championship once, but in general he's not he's not very active in classical. He's a very strong online player, though. That much I know. He's, I believe, around 3,100 on chess.com, and generally plays there a lot.
Yes, one already sees here. Yeah, whenever he plays here, he plays against very strong opposition, and he's holding his ground. And whenever he plays against slightly weaker players, he's scoring.
We also see on the screen that the average number of moves per game, and there's, for some reason, round 5, yesterday's evening round, stood out in particular compared to all the others, which had it had longer games on average. And I think you could also see that in our commentary lasting longer with all the top games going the distance.
Yeah, and Vincent cannot believe. So did he actually spotted the defense that we haven't been able to establish yet?
I think that might be the case, because you don't take on g5 and then start thinking unless you suddenly see something new.
I wonder that is after rook a1 check, king f7, queen takes g3, the move like knight b5 possible. I intuitively felt like no way f6 will win, but it's very easy to shout out that it wins, and then suddenly if you have to prove move per move, it turns out to be much more difficult.
I believe it does win, though.
Should, no?
Something like gf, rook e5. It's very hard to believe.
Let's put it on our board. takes. So if knight goes to b5, then f6, f6, g takes f6, and rook e5 was your way of dealing with.
Not the best, apparently.
But good enough, yeah. So
perhaps rook f5 is better.
Yeah, but in any case, this is nothing to worry about from Vincent's perspective. Then what is it that confuses him? He's also down to 70 minutes. It's still good if he finds the right track.
I mean, he probably spotted some defense after this rook e1, queen g3, yeah?
Yes, something disturbs him, but... and he just picks up the g3 pawn. Wait a second, so he lets the king escape with long castle, but what is this? This is okay for black. How on earth not to include rook e1 check? And Magnus is completely surprised, he's shocked that I'm getting a chance to castle. Then Vincent will have to go f6, f7. This was my very first kind of calculation, but...
yeah, but f6, f7, it looks scary, but it doesn't kind of punch through the position.
Yes, because black keeps the stability. Wow, will be very interesting to hear from the players. And one of the players will join us, I believe, because one will have the reason to
Well, at the very
join.
least, if we have a winner, perhaps even in the case of a draw,
Yes.
we might see one of them here.
Yes, it will be very interesting to ask the question. But look at the relief on Magnus's face, like, wait a second, this case my king is not getting chased around the board.
I believe Magnus's face is frozen in time at the moment, but still, yeah, there we go. He is still letting his clock tick down for a little bit. I think there isn't really an alternative, right?
It doesn't feel like.
Or is he thinking about something like short castle?
Wow, that would be ultra fancy. Wow, short castle. At all that you spotted this move, that's already bravo.
It's kind of giving up on all the active counterplay, but perhaps there's never any active counterplay to begin with.
Yeah, let's just put it even on the board. Is this a possibility? It is. Wow, high five. You are still sharp after all these days. Castles might save Magnus Carlsen. Short castle, what a total shocker. And let me just very quickly check that. Is long castle f6 then really good for white? Maybe Vincent had just, he felt like, okay, this is thank you very much, there is no attack, I'm winning, and missed the short castle move. Ladies and gentlemen, this is then breaking news. Castles, short castles, this is so easy to miss because all the tension was black was hoping for this counterplay on the h file, and let's maybe get full camera on. I want to see Vincent's reaction after short castle if it happens.
We also want to see Magnus thinking, because it feels like he has decided on a move.
Yeah, and he will castle short, and Vincent, I think Vincent has realized he's in a state of shock. He's in a state of shock. He cannot believe. And there we go. Short castle on the board.
Yes.
And Magnus is out of the woods. Vincent, with poker face, plays the move rook e1. Maybe he has finally anticipated, but definitely has missed it.
But
How can
this feels, just comparing both moves, rook e1 first, leaving the king somewhere on f7, or this, it shouldn't be a contest. So I would think rook e1 is kind of something of a bluff to just kind of say, okay, I'm not worried at all.
Yes, and look at the body language. Yeah, Magnus is now, wait a second, I can maneuver, I can regroup, I can play a normal chess game.
Yeah, here suddenly he has moves to choose from, yeah? Rook f7 is a move, knight e8 is a move. It does not feel like he's on the precipice.
Yes, exactly. He feels like, okay, now I'm back. Yeah, this is the situation when Magnus Carlsen is back in the game, and Vincent, I'm very happy that the clock situation is like this, because I would be seriously worried for Vincent if he would have 6 minutes against 17, because this is a psychological shock that Magnus's king had managed to escape the dangers.
Yeah, we're still a long way off from, let's say, even if the computer says the position is equal, white still very much has the initiative. The knight on c7 isn't on a solid square yet.
Rook a8 played,
Rook a e8. All right.
bringing the rook.
Yeah, it is a solid play. He is kind of ready to exchange more pieces if it comes to it. But here we see Vincent will have to make some tough decisions here. And
Yeah, well, rook e5 is like the move that normally you would play in this position, but then knight b5 comes.
and potentially rook e1, knight d6 is even possible.
Yes, it is possible to reroute the knight to d6, and if that knight lands on d6 and starts putting pressure on, first of all, after knight b5 on the d4 pawn, or the knight gets to d6, and then the knight can jump to e4, then this bishop on g4 will be a horrible piece. Vincent, take your time, don't rush.
I think in this situation it might make sense to look for some kind of forced bailout.
Exactly. Exactly, but maybe you should have already looked for a bailout instead of rook a1. The bailout is maybe connected with queen takes c7. Oof. Life is tough. And chess is brutal. Just one short castle. Yeah, this was absolutely not in the position. Vincent is shaking his head that he knows that Magnus again pulled a rabbit out of his head. Just incredible. How does he do it?
Yeah, just one inaccurate move. There was something he disliked in the immediate rook ae1, and that was all it took for the game to be wide open again.
But he rushed way too much. Yeah, he had 20 minutes. Why you don't calculate little further rook a1? Yeah, sorry, this is the trainer talking about me. But of course, it's so much at stake, it drives me crazy. And now he's thinking when already it's too late. Now he has to think in order to shut the game down. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is already here in a very happy situation.
Yeah, we are seeing. What do you think? What is it Vincent has to avoid? Probably he has to avoid some position where black can exchange the rooks or can exchange queens and just be in control with his good structure.
Well, basically also when the black knight starts to jump, then automatically trouble comes, yeah? So he needs to avoid trouble.
Well, that is true. He needs to avoid trouble.
For example, just highlighting one line, yeah, that rook e5, knight b5, queen f4 trying to bail out, then takes g5 wins the game, maybe.
Or perhaps it does not because of fg.
Luckily, but even this is very close, yeah, already. Just highlighting that there are so many motives that one has to calculate, and the problem is that the tendency is that black has safety, and suddenly white is the one who is in a danger zone. That maybe it's balanced, but actually one mistake and it can be even kind of very bad position for white.
I believe if we had this position in a blitz game, I think we both would already prefer to play black.
Immediately, yes, absolutely. So one question about this queen takes c7, queen take g4, but also with this included rook a1, rook a8 moves, I'm worried of that position.
Yeah, because you cannot really drop the queen back to f4 as you could in the previous move, and it's the d4 pawn is very loose. You're struggling what to do with this construction. The bishop is pinned on g4, and even apart from being pinned, it is not a good piece anymore.
Yes, the bishop on g4 is a horrible. Imagine the bishop is on e5, and then we talk. But
well, that cannot be the same bishop, but I get what you mean.
Yes. Of course, now the light square bishop. That's why this rook a1, queen takes g6, and then f6, f5, f6, always opening up the files and everything against opponent's king and opening up the bishop. So yeah, Vincent plays rook e5. There was just no other move to be played in the position, but now black plays knight b5, and then what? We are expecting the move knight b5. It is so easy, and Magnus with 6 minutes 20 will be able to just rely on his hand.
Are we sure knight b5 doesn't allow f6?
F6. Yeah, f6. That is at least that's a very good point. Okay, then things are different. So f6 is in fact now maybe a threat.
And perhaps this is also the way to kind of force something to resolve here.
Yes. And if something happens, that's already in white's favor. Yeah, then there is a transformation. No, knight b5 was the move that, if it worked, was very unpleasant. And yeah, Magnus about to play rook f6, so he cements the position further, eliminates the f5, f6 option. But this somehow gives white then the chance, then probably I'm not worried that much anymore. It is maybe just a positional draw.
I think it's very hard to ever have a true positional draw here because the knight is so much superior to the bishop.
Yes.
So you always have to kind of keep everything else in balance.
I can tell you, if I would have the chance to go on stage and stop the clock and say, okay, draw, I would take it immediately. Yeah? Those moments have long passed now after short castle.
You may do it, Peter, but I don't think it will have the desired result.
Yes. Yeah, rook f6. Yeah, Magnus is Magnus. He got his stability and now he is incredibly precise. It's like playing against a computer. Yeah, he gets up despite being 6 minutes on the clock. He goes for a walk. He's very satisfied.
Do you think rook fe1 is a move here? Even though after rook e5, I'm not sure we can play d takes e5, rook f5, maybe.
Well, yeah, I'm worried of this rook takes f5 business. Even after rook fe1, for example, rook ef8, I was wondering that maybe rook takes f5 will be a threat, because we are in this very stupid pin, very unfortunate pin. So
and also the queen's best square is probably still g3, so we don't really want to move it anywhere.
Yes. Intuitively, I have even ideas like king h2 and then bishop h3 to get rid of, but this is way too slow. Then already black probably will start jumping. On the other hand, now the knight cannot move from c7. That is so-called the benefit, that the knight cannot move. In this case, maybe I have the chance to play king h2, but if this has to be played, it's not a good sign.
It is a very, very risky decision, though.
Yes, no, I don't like it. It can actually just lead to a losing endgame with knight b5 collecting the whole house. We need somehow to activate the bishop h5 idea. Yeah, we need this bishop h5 move. But how can we make it work? How can we make it work? Yes. Can we zoom in on the players? Full camera. I think let's zoom in on the players. Yes, that's good. Let's hold the ground for a minute.
Yeah. Well, let's see what are the options for white here. And we also see Vincent is still up on the clock. However, I would think it is even a little bit deceptive, because as we saw with discussing it with Peter, white's position is so much harder to play because he doesn't have the f6 idea anymore. He has to kind of watch out for every single move, because if black can establish control and trade off the right pieces, it will be a very dangerous one to play. See, we have Vincent on the camera. He looks a little bit worried, I would say, but nothing too dramatic has happened yet. We also see Magnus. He seems to be a little more relaxed now. Probably, it is actually very common that once you've survived a at least dangerous position, he doesn't know how bad it really was. You kind of settle into this mindset, okay, we're out of the woods, we are just playing our good moves, and if there are chances for more than a draw, then I'll happily take it. Let's see what we what could Vincent be thinking about? Rook fe1 is a very natural move. I'm thinking that he might also want to resolve the pin on the bishop on g4. I'm not 100% sure how that is to be done. Yeah, and we see he's already catching up on time rapidly. So let's see. Rook fe1, potentially a move here. And in response, again, Peter pointed out rook ef8 as a possibility, because if we actually try to go for something direct like rook e5, it may backfire with de5, rook f5, e6. Suddenly, white gets a lot of play, and in general, the forced variations are what Magnus will try to avoid if he's trying to keep up the pressure. So, rook fe1, rook ef8 is a very natural move here. And then the knight can also move to b5 and potentially to d6, also attacking this pawn. We'll see. This is kind of a big moment for Vincent, because he will either find something more or less forced, where he's trying to bail out, or he will be left playing this move-by-move game. And he played a move. I believe he played a rook move, something like rook f3, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, rook f3 has been played. So he protects the queen on g3. The bishop on g4 isn't actually pinned anymore. However, we'll have to see if he actually wants to move it, because a move like bishop h3, allowing the queen trade, might just help black in this case. Oh, sorry. I meant to send it to g3. Yeah, so rook f3 played, and it doesn't really put a lot of pressure on the position. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised to even see rook ef8, but again, Magnus has kind of a free move here, I believe, to start setting his own play in motion. Vincent now at slightly below 8 minutes versus Magnus's 5. This game is definitely reaching a stage where, well, it feels like Magnus is not necessarily taking over, but he's kind of trying to push to have an initiative all of a sudden. What do you think, Peter? Rook f3, is that something you had on your mind?
Well, I'm just back. I had to sign some autograph for kids who are leaving, and they have been waiting all day. So, well, as long as I see that knight, the potential of that knight jumping around, I'm very worried.
We also see rook ef8 being played,
yes,
as predicted.
Freeing the knight, because the knight was protecting the rook, couldn't move. And yeah, how to resolve this stupid situation? Yeah, that if white would be in time to remove everything and then get g4, g5 in, then we get activity, but that's way too far away.
And I'm also not convinced by this rook f3, because you are technically unpinning, but are you really unpinning the bishop? It still will not move, allowing a queen trade, I believe. Or yeah, is that actually Vincent's idea, to just go bishop h3, accept the endgame, and go something like rook d3 followed by g4?
Yes, but then some I don't know, g6 I have g5 luckily, but also some knight f7, knight g, okay, knight, okay. I'm just way too nervous to think, and I missed out this 1 or 2 minutes with the flow, so I'm completely new to the position. Oy. That's the only thing that I feel, and that's how I feel about this situation. Vincent needs now some computer precision.
We see him on the camera now.
To shut it
down. What can you read into his expression?
Well, actually, what hit me now, that can I play rook e7? Can I play rook e7?
It is a move. However, after knight b5,
then I play bishop h5. That was my big cheapo.
The big cheapo.
That was the big cheapo, and my life changed.
And I do not have rook takes f5.
You have, yeah? Well, I thought my life changed, but I don't know.
I mean, maybe you have rook f5 and I cannot take the queen, but maybe I can. It is yes, a mess there.
It is a mess, yeah. Okay, Vincent's about to make a move.
Yeah, Vincent is about to move, and probably not rook e7, yeah?
Yeah, rook e7.
He is playing it.
Rook e7, yeah. I think he has to. I couldn't, out of total desperation, I thought, like, if not rook e7, maybe we are losing. Maybe we are losing. Rook e7 has to be played, and the point is, let's just put it on the board, that knight b5, I think, runs into bishop h5. That was my cheapo that kind of saved my life, because black, of course, cannot take on h5, then there's checkmate. If black trades the queens, then also rook takes g3, and...
Yeah, and we also, rook f5 is in fact not possible because of queen g5.
Yeah, queen g5, and then after trade of everything, there is checkmate on e8. So the knight has to stay on c7.
Well, maybe, but we saw that bishop h5 is still very much
Yes.
playable, yeah? But then we would need another great move.
But emotionally, maybe just queen h6, yeah? That could easily be that you can play knight b5, bishop h5, and just fall back with the queen to h6.
Because d4 is hanging, the f5 might start hanging, but d4 is the biggest concern for white right now.
This is a complete mess. But Magnus also has the chance to play maybe rook f7, can he?
He can, if I think this is a safe choice.
Does he have a bailout? Yeah, and then look at this, his body language a little bit said like, okay, then maybe I should agree to this. Let's not get greedy. No, he gets greedy.
No, we are greedy. We are playing to win the tournament.
Yes, knight b5, of course, fight till the end. Go for the most crazy of all positions. And bishop h5, there is queen h6. Now I wonder if then bishop h5 is the best move or not. But that was the idea.
Yeah, however, I believe Vincent will play bishop h5 because he needs to activate, and this is the tactical way to do so.
Yes, bishop h5, and then black falls back with the queen to h6. And then what do we do?
We can play even a slow move like rook f4, no?
Yes. And then the question is this pawn on f5 hanging or not? You have knight d6 coming up, but also, but knight takes f5 always protects. So yeah, this is the line we are talking about.
Yeah, if we see a live move, we will go back to the live position immediately.
Yeah, we also see it on the camera, of course. It cannot be more dramatic. Yeah, it looked too good for Vincent before that, he is up on the clock with 20 minutes and it's a very dangerous position for Magnus. But no, it is Magnus, he's fighting back. And the crazy lines are still very, yeah, Vincent looks aside. But okay, bishop h5 has to be played, right? Okay, let's go back to the live position. Yes, bishop h5 played, correct. Queen h6 will be blitzed out. No doubt about that.
Yeah, I think it is strictly the only move, otherwise you just resign.
Yes, black needs to guard the g7 pawn and then rely on this jumping knight. The knight is, after queen h6, hitting the d4 pawn, and rook f4, which is the most natural move, probably will be met by knight d6, trying to set up another knight takes f5 business. But maybe we can play bishop g6, trade everything, and then queen b8 check and draw in the queen endgame. That would be something.
Is Magnus nervous, or what? Because he hasn't played it yet. Is he thinking to include queen c1? Maybe that's it.
Yeah, but actually it doesn't matter. Yeah, rook f1, queen h6, rook f4.
But well, maybe it does better. Yeah, well, rook f4 was just one of the possible moves.
But a good one. At least we kind of assume that it's a good one. One very important line is that, yeah, Magnus will play queen h6, so I will just make with the arrows that if queen h6, rook f4, black would take on f5, that would lead after rook f5, rook f5, rook e8 check. For example, king h7, there is this bishop g6, queen takes g6, rook h8 trick, winning the queen. I don't know if winning the game or not, but certainly super safe for white. And black does not want to let that happen.
It might be quite safe for black as well, though.
Yeah, millions of tactical options. Clock is ticking. 2:35 for Magnus.
I am surprised. I would have probably seen queen h6 by now, but maybe he thinks the rook on f1 is better for some reason.
Yeah, but that is actually a very unfortunate moment then for Magnus if this is such an important decision. Because we need so little time on the clock to understand, no?
I just struggle to see how queen h6 could be worse than queen c1. Because at the very least, you can get the rook f4 lines, and the rook on f3 is always standing in this knight d4 takes f3.
Exactly.
Perhaps he has calculated something that gives him pause.
And he goes for queen c1 check.
Yeah.
And the computer does not like this queen c1 check. This is a strange kind of move. I don't know. Intuitively, I don't like it. I don't like it. I haven't even seen the move. Okay, rook f1. This is like a forced move, I believe. But okay, I don't believe in anything
here,
anymore.
I wouldn't say there is a forced move unless we calculate everything, yeah?
Yes, but they don't have time to calculate everything. 5 minutes versus 2:30.
I think Vincent is also a bit surprised. He did not expect this necessarily.
He did not, yeah. And look at this. He's a little bit like he feels that maybe he's actually happy about this development, but since I haven't seen it coming, I completely lost track that what is going on. Yeah, super sharp.
We are being fed a line here.
Yeah, computer is computer. In computer and his element.
We'll see. It might still appear on the board with the inclusion of rook f1, queen h6, and rook f4.
Yes, so we will not even announce it at the moment. Look at this. Now Magnus's body language signals that I know what's happening. This is the typical kind of reaction that you want to kind of influence your opponent. That I have calculated it, I took my time, but now I know what's going on.
I'm wondering though, is Vincent just going to go rook f1? If he does, he'll probably go rook f4 as well. But since he is taking his time, maybe he is looking for something else entirely.
He goes king h2. What? King h2, allowing queen h6?
All right.
I cannot believe. What are we missing?
I mean, there is still rook f4, strangely enough, yeah?
There is rook f4, but okay.
Maybe there isn't. Because queen h5 and queen takes h4 works.
Yes. No, he goes queen g4, but... And he wants rook h3, bishop g6. Like this, he's also now in Magnus's time trouble.
He's also going for it, absolutely. He does not think about safety here.
Not at all. Wow, we saw like this already reached the peak of excitement, and then the players add some more fool. Wow, this is...
What if we just take it, yeah? Take on d4. Whatever you play, we take on f5. What exactly is the play there?
Oh, I don't know. I even don't know my name anymore. I don't feel my legs. This game is just way too complex, absolutely wild. This is exactly what I think everybody is hoping for and looking for. That's why we love chess. Drama all around. So you will have to do the calculation, Alex.
I am calculating right now, knight d4, queen h5, rook h3, queen takes f5, but there are...
Yeah, and Magnus takes on d4.
Yeah.
Yes, because I just don't like this scenario that black is picking up the central pawn. I don't know, did Vincent calculate everything till the end? Because I don't know, I see all kinds of queen sacrifices that I would also feel very happy and satisfied with black.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking, that some kind of rook h3, knight f5 will lead to some queen down position probably for black, but he has enough material for it, and his king will be very safe there.
Yeah, okay, let's even put it on the board, because just to understand, how do we...
I believe bishop f7, yeah, rook probably 6, f7.
Yes, but there's queen d6 check, so how do I do it? I take and knight h6, I have queen e6. But okay, only black can be better here, even if I take on e7, so be careful.
This might be a 0-0-0 position, but it is closer to a 2-result game there.
Yes, no, but why Vincent didn't go for this rook f1, rook f4 line? That looked very natural. What did he miss? And Magnus, yeah, he drinks.
Sometimes maybe you just, it's not necessarily that he missed something, but there are countless options, and maybe in the 2-3 minutes that he took, he just didn't find all of them. And
Yeah,
this is the most direct kind of mating attack option, so perhaps he has tried to make this work, and we'll see what he found here.
yeah, but that position is very scary, and okay, with time travel on with 30 seconds increment, okay, Magnus might just slowly grind it out. Oh no, and look at this, Vincent is completely shocked, but what did he miss? This was the most straightforward of all straightforwards.
I'm thinking he might have relied on something in the queen d4, queen h5, rook h3, queen f5 position, but queen h4 is met by queen f4 there. Again, this queen exchange saves the day.
Yeah, but okay, king h2, placing it on h2 into the pin and exactly walking into Magnus's idea with queen c1 check. This is, I mean, I'm completely shocked. So your line was this.
Rook h3, queen f5,
And
queen
queen
h4, and
h4,
queen f4, and
queen
black is
f4.
better in the rook endgame. I don't know if it's winning, but
Yes.
it is definitely a two-result game.
It is a pawn up and wow. Things are completely out of control. Vincent is under 2 minutes.
Also, it is a hard position to evaluate if you actually take the queen, what we saw with rook h3, bishop f7,
Yes.
because you need to go deep there and understand how black can regroup and
Yeah, at all believe that with white you can try to hold that position. I'm not. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, Vincent, I cannot believe. I cannot believe what to do. No, it can very easily that he just collapses now. No time on the clock. If he has to go for this end game, he considers this probably slowly lost. So he's searching for an alternative, and probably alternatives are losing.
I mean, his options are limited to kind of queen d4 and probably rook h3. I don't know. Maybe rook. I don't see how rook g3 knight f5 can work. So I would assume he will play rook h3 out of necessity.
Yeah, he has to, but it is a very sad necessity. I don't know. And is there a? Yeah, Vincent goes for this pawn down rook endgame. Oh. This will be a total horror. Total horror with no time on the clock against Magnus. Yeah. Yeah, it's all written on Vincent's face, but okay, he had 6 minutes. Why to rush with king h2?
We'll see. It hasn't appeared on the board yet. Maybe he will just play king g1, yeah?
He will play king g1, yes, because there is no way he's going to go for the endgame.
And here we are. Magnus is currently... yeah.
Wow, we are getting told that instead of queen takes h5, which was an automatic move by everyone, the engine was saying that instead rook takes e5 was winning on the spot. This is absolutely from a different planet. I haven't even seen any of it. Queen takes h5, king g1 is unpleasant, but maybe holdable. I don't know.
Yeah, we are playing, and we see even Vincent and Magnus are not computers, so they cannot re-evaluate every single move. And of course, if you stop after queen takes d4 and take a look, you will find rook f5. But
Yes.
the stopping part, that is the tricky one.
Yeah, and the point is that queen d4 was played out of desperation by Vincent, that he's not happy with this position, so he was not even looking for anything else. And Magnus also felt like, okay, wow, thank you very much. Now I'm safe and I'm gonna grind you because only I'm the one who can win this game.
It is also far from obvious that even after rook f5, white could play king g1, and you would probably have to go for something like rook h5 and capturing the king on f8. But here Magnus will see.
f7, yes.
His king is kind of safe now. He is up a pawn, but it's not as simple as one might think.
Yeah, because also a7 is kind of hanging, but
We see a trade of rooks.
yes, I think white probably will have to pick up that pawn. Yeah, so the big question is, does white have the chance to pick up that pawn? It's not just about the pawn, but in order to get behind enemy lines with queen b8 check, just in case, because that's the only benefit that white has, that king cannot really get to the h file.
Do you think we cannot really force the queen endgame, right? With rook f7, rook f5, exactly because of this queen b8.
Yes, there's this timely queen b8 check. So big decision. Maybe then even queen takes f7, queen takes a7, rook e8 is kind of a logical way.
Magnus will be looking to just for a way to kind of continue the game.
Yes.
And see if he can outplay Vincent in the endgame. We have a result, I think.
Yeah.
Is that a white win? I believe that is a white.
It is a draw.
It is a draw, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That is in fact pretty good as well from what we saw. Naderbek was struggling there and managed to draw.
Yeah, queen takes f7 captured, queen takes a7, and the move rook e8 is kind of the natural move to put some pressure, activate the rook.
Looks like he might go for it. Yeah,
of course. Yeah, rook e8. That's queen takes f7, rook e8. Very classy, keeping everything under control, and it will be hell for white to defend this position.
This feels like at least like a position where a queen trade might be very good for black.
Yes, queen trade might just almost win this. Yeah, then the king comes to f6, rook e4. The f5 pawn will be isolated. You can never even play g4 because of king g5, and you take the pawn. Yeah, Vincent has to rely on active defense, but where is the active defense? Black has the activity thanks to the open e-file.
I'm thinking we need to, what do we need to do? Probably black is relying on some queen f6. Yeah, ideally
Yes.
I would want to push f6 if it's not blundering a pawn, but it's not easy to do, yeah? Something like queen f2 will just be answered by queen f6.
Queen f6, very unpleasant.
And we get nowhere.
Yeah, queen f2, queen f6, and I'm very worried.
Both players are down to about a minute now, so they will stay in 30-second increment mode until the end of the game.
Yeah, this is now very much Magnus's territory, because he's first of all has the upper hand, and he has the much easier play, and he's Magnus Carlsen. So there are a little bit too many things.
It is the inherent advantage of being Magnus Carlsen, yeah?
Yes, too many things are working in his favor. And how do you navigate with white? There are so many things to take care of. It's just so difficult to play this position. Yeah, Vincent going down to 30 seconds.
Vincent should not do anything like very extraordinary here. I think he is a little bit worse, but
yeah, he plays f6. Yeah, he sacrifices the pawn.
All right.
I think this is correct. Practically speaking, if that queen lands on f6, then it's a horror show. Now, does he have a force way to finish the game, or he just has to come back with the queen and then play this position?
I would think he has to come back, and he has to watch out for maybe eventually the king running towards the queen side.
Yeah, but queen f2, and I'm lining up for this queen g3, queen b8 kind of mechanism. Where do you go? How do you defend? Yeah, on the board, queen f2.
That's a good geometrical idea. I think it's good that Vincent spotted this one.
Yes, I think this is okay. He's fighting for his life, fighting for the audience, for all the fans, German fans, everyone rooting for him, because this is such a critical game. Queen f2, f6, queen f2. It was the only move. Yeah, there is our crowd. Everybody breathtakingly looking at this drama. And how does Magnus defend that pawn? Yeah, because rook e6 would be the very tempting one, but then this queen g3 check, king f8, queen b8 check seems to disturb, because if rook e8, then we have suddenly queen d6 check.
Is it an option at all to go queen e6?
And then just play the endgame. Yeah. But okay, that is very unpleasant, yes.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking.
Yeah.
He has to make that decision now, though. Either he goes for it or he tries to defend the pawn.
Because those pawns are connected, and they can become connected passers. It would be a very practical choice by Magnus to go queen e6.
Unless, of course, he finds a way to actually evacuate from this queen g3, b8, a perpetual threat.
Even I wonder, can I play queen g3 check after then king f7, yeah?
That was the idea, to kind of hide the king.
Down to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
The heat is on.
He has to make a decision.
Down to 7.
This is the time to play a move.
And rook e6 played. Okay, I'm actually relieved by rook e6. I was very worried of this endgame. Now Vincent will blitz out. No.
Queen
Queen
h4.
h4. Wow. That might come as a surprise. Because I was so happy about Queen g3 check.
Yes, suddenly you have to pay a little attention, yeah?
I did not even see this come, but what is the point of this? So if King f8, we go Queen h8, King e7, Queen b8?
No, I thought we go Rook g3. We want to go Queen h8, Rook g7.
Ah, wow, even
We're,
like
we're,
that.
we're just
Magnus
playing,
down to 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's not an easy defense, yeah?
He has to run. Yeah, King f8 played with 2 seconds on the clock.
This is tremendous pressure here.
With so little time on the clock. Yeah, well, actually, it is very good for Magnus that this is now, they have 30 seconds increment. You need all the time to navigate. There is no easy, but against Rook g3, there is Rook, some Rook e1, but you have
Rook
King
e1, King
f2.
f2. Yeah, I was
Yes,
also thinking
Rook
about
g3,
that. Rook g3 on the board, King
King
e7.
e7.
I think he has seen something.
Yes.
He's confident, and perhaps what he's seen is Rook e1, Queen e6, running even further. Or in some way he has to run out to d6. Something like Queen h8, King d6, even.
Yeah, the king running out because the queen will have to get to e5, the black queen, in order to target then white's king.
There is also Queen b4, forcing the king to the 8th rank. Vincent has his work cut out for him. It might be that there's only one good move yet again.
Yes, because Queen b4 check, King d8, I don't see the follow-up. He will go for Queen h8. He goes for it. There was just no way back.
Do we see Queen e8? That would also be something of a safe move.
No, King d6.
King
no,
d6,
King d6
yeah.
is the spirit, yeah.
Now, however, is there some kind of perpetual idea with Queen d8, Queen b8? Yeah, King d6 was the only move because of Queen e8, Rook g8, and we trapped the queen, kind of.
Yes, King d6. And it had to be played, and now actually it's easier for Magnus, I think, because his king is finally safe.
Yeah, these are the positions where it's very hard. The computer is always finding a draw, no matter what you do. But as a human, you are afraid that you will just let the king escape.
Yeah, and the problem is that Rook g7 is very tempting, but I'm very afraid of this Rook e1 check followed by Queen e6.
I believe there we have Queen f8, Rook e7. That will not work. But the point is we just go Rook g7, Queen e8.
I like this. Okay, Vincent gives a check. Apparently this is a good check. The evil bar does not drop. Now Vincent played the move with 7 seconds. One can see the
Queen c7, yeah.
incredible tension. Queen c7, Queen f8 check.
This invites a perpetual. We'll see if Magnus has a way to escape from it. It is very hard to escape from, though, because the rook along the 3rd rank could chase the king down.
Yes. Queen e7. Queen b8
perhaps
check.
this will just be a draw here. We'll see.
Well, that would save my life, so I very much hope for a repetition. This is insane. Magnus double checks the score sheet.
I don't think King c5 is a move. King d7 is definitely not a move.
King d7 is not a move.
Yeah. Then that is Queen c7 is the only move he has.
And somehow the body language of Vincent says like, okay, I think I'm angry that I misplayed before, but...
Is he thinking about King c5 though? The idea is Rook c3, King b5. But then just Rook b3, yeah? You will not really get out.
Yeah, that is with so little seconds on the clock, running into some mate. I think it's impossible. Because all the way to... But he's about to play... Wow, King c5, really? Vincent is shocked.
He wants to go to d4 and reply Rook e4 to Queen f4.
Yeah, but I also saw like I have Queen a7 check, actually.
Yeah, it probably doesn't change much. Yeah, Queen a7 will eventually make a draw here. But he's confident that he can at least go back after Queen a7, so he's testing it.
Yes, and what does it mean? So after Rook c3 check, King d4, right?
Yeah, and then I don't think you have a clear perpetual anymore.
Yes, and if I don't have a clear perpetual, then I don't want to let this happen. Yeah, Queen a7 check. Let's chase that king. Let's force that king back to d6. Yeah, king d6 played, and this might beat queen b8 check.
Yeah, there is no way to escape there anymore.
An incredible, a gigantic battle might end in a perpetual check, which I think everybody can live with. Of course, I can live with, certainly. I stay alive, but...
Let's see. This is the 1 minute that Magnus has here, but...
What a game it was, and what a game it is still. I don't think that we are ready for one more twist in this game. I don't think that anyone can, whoever is following can still take that. And Magnus still taking the courage and the belief that I can go king c5, I'm ready to...
I believe he will go king c5 again.
To run. No, he will play queen c7, now that he already played king c5 and he tested queen a7. It would be strange, of course possible, but... Chess, what a game is this chess? Is this a game at all, or it's much more? Yeah, and there's the handshake. Wow, applause for both players.
And now
Sensational stuff.
Now we get to see if we see one of them
Yes.
coming in here.
Well, if they are coming, both of them are coming, then I'm also leaving. I let them, take over with big happiness.
Then we are no longer needed then.
Exactly, but of course, no, only one of them will come. That's clear. Magnus is just realized Vincent was telling him something. Yeah, I think Magnus is telling that this Rook e1 move was very strong, this Rook e1 check, but I don't know exactly. It will be very interesting to hear from Vincent that what did he miss.
In the end, I think Magnus actually had the bigger chance where he could have played this Rook f5, which was winning technically.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Basically, there is no way, that somebody would have stayed on his seat if Rook takes f5 happens. I mean, everyone, the whole playing area would have just fallen apart, collapsed. Maybe the stage would have fallen apart because Rook takes f5 has such an energy that it was just completely unheard of. With the queen on d4 eyeing the g7 square, yeah, okay, no.
If Vincent does come in here, you should like in an easygoing way just stop after queen takes d4 and ask him if he considered other moves at this point.
Well, I think please no one tell Magnus before he gets to his room, because I don't know what will happen on the way. No, don't tell him that, because he feels like, I believe at this moment he feels like, well, actually he did so great fighting back and then got the upper hand, he tried everything but was not enough. Somebody tells him Rook takes f5 was winning, I don't guarantee for anything.
Yeah, so this game concludes in a draw. Chances for both sides there, but I think we still have action going on.
Wow.
Vincent defends his lead, that much is for sure, but there are people who will come in within half a point.
Well, that was some incredible defense by Vincent at the end, yeah.
We see, I believe the Pranau versus Nihal game is already finished. There's no way this position is being played out.
Yes, that is over.
So I think we should maybe check in on Vashela Graf versus Niemann.
Yeah, the game has just finished, and MVL is having a very fascinating endgame. What a day it is. We felt like the afternoon round will be, usually the chess players are performing in the afternoon to their best abilities, and especially the professional ones. But one could also say that the position, the first position today was a little bit dry. Yeah, and that also influenced. It was not lack of fighting spirit of the players. It was more the fault of the position.
Yeah, it kind of directed them towards a symmetrical fight.
Yes. And also the tournament situation was such that nobody really had to go crazy, yeah, at that moment, because everybody was kind of playing against each other. calm situation.
Yeah, and here what do we have?
Yeah,
Maxime,
what do we have exactly? After what happened between Vincent, we need to calm down, and then we get this.
I believe that this, strangely enough, might just be a draw.
Wow, I'm very jealous that you are not suddenly capable of, suddenly switching to calculate and even come to some terms with this endgame. I only see total mess.
No, I'm thinking that Black's idea might be something like bishop d1 and then chasing the bishop around with the threat of taking it with the rook.
Wow, that's true. That's actually true. That even I can see finally. I'm still under this influence of this incredible battle. And I always like draws, all my life I like draws when it's hard fought, this is just so great. Yeah, that because both players can live with this result. Yeah, imagine one of them would have won at the end in some chaos because the clock is ticking down, and one of them makes a blunder. That would have been a total horror.
I'm not sure how happy Magnus is with the result, to be honest, because the up and downside of playing the tournament leader is that if you win, you stop him from getting any more points, but if you don't, then you miss your chance to kind of catch up to him.
Yes, no, absolutely. But if we stay objective, then there were more worries for Magnus. Yeah, that suddenly this rook f5 came out of nowhere in a big time trouble. We haven't seen it coming. Nobody has seen it in the playing hall. If not for the computer, then we would have just completely missed that possibility.
Well, we'll ask Vincent. Oftentimes, once you play a move, you see its refutation. We'll see how that plays out. King b6 played here in Waschela Graf Niemann. a6, a7 is obviously a very strong threat, but that is the question, if we are in time to chase the bishop after bishop d1.
Yeah, you are super sharp. I don't know who will kind of hold you back in the European Championship. I'm already scared. But no, what?
No, we see bishop c4. That's another move.
He goes back. What is this? But bishop c4. This would have been a move. Okay, he's counting on a6. Bishop takes a6.
Yeah, that is so to say the cheapo, but it is kind of more passive. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the big idea that, of course, rook takes a6, rook takes g3, and then black probably wins.
Question is, though, something like bishop e1, does he have a way to stop a6?
That's a big question, because there is still this h2 pawn as well. And MVL is an incredible calculator. He's a mathematician. And in this type of positions, I think he will be able to navigate. In my mind, he's the player who is maybe best among the best players in such situations.
I mean, king takes c6 is also a move, yeah? That is the problem with Hans's move. He doesn't have a direct idea.
Yeah, but actually this bishop e1, I'm very tempted for this bishop e1. Why not? Hide that bishop, and a6 is a threat. Yeah, crazy. MVL.
We'll see. His clock ticking down.
But look at this, how calmly he's calculating. He's not affected by the clock at all.
Yeah, of course, a vast amount of experience by now. Also used to a lot of high-pressure situations.
If I could ever tag someone to take over in this position, and there you go, bishop e1 played. MVL is not missing that chance. Bishop e1, I would tag him immediately in any chaos. The clock is ticking down. Maxime, you are the man to do the job. And it's over. Actually, where are the tricks? There are no tricks now anymore for black.
He can probably establish some kind of blockade with rook b8, king c6, bishop a6, but it will not solve his problems.
But
really.
wait a second, I can play king c7 also, no? After rook b8. I'm not even obliged to allow you to block anything anymore. I will just go here.
Rook A8.
Then king b7.
That
I
does
just
seem good,
insist. Yeah, rook b8 check played, and MVL will not give him a chance at all. King c7 will be blitzed. No, he picks it up. Wow. Okay, maybe it's winning. I thought like, okay, no, but king c6, at least there is some fight. Maybe slowly wins, but king c7 would have ended the game on the spot.
I mean, I'm not sure about that, but there was
Not
rook
sure,
A8,
yeah?
rook A6. Perhaps you send the H pawn.
Okay,
but
then I push h. I mean, everything is protected. Nothing moves. Total packet.
all right. He is probably still winning, though.
Yes. You just scared me with this bishop a6 blockade, but of course it's not a blockade. It's a good move, but king c7. I mean, can we just ask computer that, okay, yeah, king c7, and the idea rook a8, king b7, it's game over, and then we just push. This rook a6, nothing moves, and then we just push the pawn. It's complete finito. But okay, king takes c6 on the board.
And bishop A6 as well, I believe.
Hans played the move bishop a6. Finally, the move appeared. Great. At least there is some hope. There is no forced direct win. Yeah, Maxim
here,
still has to win it.
I think
again.
white will have to slowly push all the pawns, like play h4, try to play c6, c7, and then kind of move the pieces around. I believe he will get the job done, but it might take a little while.
Yeah, actually pushing the h pawn makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because whenever the rook moves, then king b6 will be very nasty, hitting the bishop, and then c6 is coming. And is some king c2, king b2, but king b2 I already have rook a4, yeah, then I move the king away first. So the rook cannot be trapped on a1. Just highlighting the arrows that almost, but there is a square. Bishop g3. Hitting the rook makes perfect sense, yeah, that rook is kicked. But actually I like bishop on e1 and then just h4, yeah, this h4, h5.
Yeah, just we're kind of not sure how stable it is with the bishop on g3. If black plays, I don't know, rook somewhere down the b file.
Okay, and what the day it is, MVL is also faced Nyepo in the morning, now facing Hans Niemann. Hans himself faced Vincent and now MVL. Even after losing, you get a giant. Yeah, that's the situation right now. It's such an incredible tournament. And only one spot, only one qualifying spot for the Freestyle World Chess FIDE Freestyle World Championship next year in February. Yeah, rook b3. Yeah, the good news is, of course, yeah, like we already mentioned this many times, but let's mention for all as often as we can that Magnus Carlsen has already qualified, Fabiano Caruana has qualified, and Nodirbek Abdusatov has qualified. But Fabiano is playing the candidates, so he's not here. So if these players are for example overtaking anyone, then the best player qualifies. But I guess Vincent now with 2 rounds to go hopes that nobody will stop him. But I believe Nyepo is very much looking forward. Give me Vincent. I want to win.
Vincent clearly is the favorite now. He still is in the lead. And again, we will see how many people close in on 6 points. MVL could be one of them if he wins this game. He would only be half a point behind.
Yes. c6 played. Yeah, he's pushing. But is Hans relying on some king d5, rook c3? Yeah, king d5. The king is coming because king d7, bishop b5. I'm suddenly worried. Not that we lose the c6 pawn.
Yeah, all of a sudden we might have to operate with some kind of rook c1. But I'm not sure. Feels like he rushed it a little bit.
With 1 minute on the clock, yeah, if there is suddenly some danger or trick, yeah, rook c1 will be played. That's a very good move. That's an extremely good move.
Yeah, it is a little bit tricky, even though you kind of defended everything. Still, it's not easy to get the pawns moving, but especially with the h-pawn maybe eventually moving down the board, you should get the job done.
Should, yeah. Bishop b5. What is the threat? Is there a threat?
Technically, bishop takes c6,
yes, and
but
rook takes g3. Yeah, let's just highlight that. Bishop c6, rook takes c6, and then rook takes g3, because at the moment it seems like the e2 pawn is very well covered by the rook and the bishop, and all of a sudden after bishop takes c6, both pieces can be deflected, so you have to keep a very sharp mind.
yeah, now the question is, can we play, let's say, bishop f2 or e1?
Yeah, Maxim is about to move that bishop. Bishop f2.
Yeah, and here I thought rook f3 is a good defensive move.
Threatening rook c5.
However, there might be a
Then
little
rook
trick.
endgame. Wait a second. Rook f3, rook c5 check. Then king e4, yeah?
Yeah, but now I'm thinking that rook b5, rook f2, rook b8 might be winning.
Yeah, then you have rook f7 check.
King d6 I have to go.
Yeah, you have to go king d6.
But maybe still rook e7, yeah? This is very
Yes,
shaky.
rook e7, then rook b1. But okay, even for us it's complicated. Imagine our viewers. So we are looking at rook f3, rook c5 check, king e4, rook takes b5, rook takes f2. It's a completely wild affair, because after rook b1, black plays rook f1 and black is out of danger, maybe can even win the game. So that's why rook b8 was the idea, so that if black wins, then the king being on e4, we have rook e8 check, winning the queen back, but black can play the move rook f2 to f7 check. Then we have to come with the king to d6, black's king is on e4, and then suddenly black has the move rook e7.
And Hans has no seconds for any of
2
this.
seconds. He needs to make a move.
Is he flagging?
No, then the clock is different. Okay, that's normal, because when all this craziness is happening, the clock cannot.
Yeah, we see he's still sitting there with like at least 20 seconds.
And he plays rook f3. We will be seeing. So anyone who missed out on all these arrows, I just couldn't make the moves because then we are missing out on the live action. We'll get the chance to catch up.
Yeah, because bishop e1, rook d3 would not allow for any easy progress. So MVL will try to calculate this line.
Yes, but even at the end, after rook f7 check, king d6, there was rook f6 check. And okay, we have to fall back with king c5, and it's like a study, almost like some rated study. Do you really go for it, or you have an alternative? That's a big question. Yeah, MVR goes for it. He is a calculating beast, one of the very best. And king e6, yeah, that was the other move. But I thought that this is some achievement, because now at least black is not threatening anymore to...
Yeah, here we can just drop back bishop e1.
Exactly, bishop e1, yeah, that was the problem with this.
And now we kick the king away into some sort of passivity. Rook f1 doesn't really work here, because we can take on b5 and go rook b2, controlling everything.
But here there is also this little disturbance. Yeah, move 60. Exactly, you have to change the score sheets when you have 1 minute on the clock and you are calculating. Total madness. This is also very distracting.
I believe, though, that this might be closing in on the win here.
Yes.
Because there is no way to keep up a blockade anymore, and black might run out of tricks here.
I think MVR has calculated till the end already. Yeah, your line was beautiful. This famous rook f1, rook takes b5, rook takes e1, and rook b2. You say, thank you very much. The rook is boxed in. You cannot move. So bishop a6 had to be played now. Move 61, the new score sheet appears. Normally you want to first make a move, push the clock, make your opponent...
I think king b6 will be played.
Yeah, king b6, and that's the moment when you deal with the new score sheet.
Bishop c8, and I believe a6 ends the game.
Okay, but now also already too many things. Even rook c2 is tempting. Yeah, a6 probably wins on the spot. But somehow rook c2 is very
He played something
professional.
else, I believe. He played rook c3, also a very safe move.
That's it. It's finished. Basically, rook c6 curtains. That's it. And you can see MVL leaning back.
There's no move to even give a check on the b file anymore, and a6, a7 will come.
Yeah, that's it.
Rook f1, rook e3, rook e2 wins the pawn. So I believe Hans, he might not resign, but the game is essentially over here.
Yes. There are no more twists and turns. Maybe rook f6 will be played in order to meet rook e3 with king d5. But okay, this rook e3 you can just play a6 and black resigns. He might resign here.
Very rough day for Hans. It all started with this miss against Vincent.
Yes. Down to 17 seconds. Yeah, that's the resignation. What a day it is. Yeah, MVL closing in on Vincent with 6 out of 7. That basically guarantees us a pairing. The big question, who will have the white color, but...
I'm not so sure about that.
Because maybe they had some other... Pranav is on 6 out of 7 as well.
As is Sarana, I believe, but they all had white. We are still, if we look at the boards 7 through 12, we might see someone win with black, as perhaps Yakuboyev has a chance, if we can go to that board. His game is still running, and they both are on 5 out of 6. So if Yakuboyev wins with black, he probably would have priority to play against Vincent.
No, but he already played yesterday. He lost to Vincent.
He did, yeah?
Yes, that is the game that is already out of question.
Then it is likely that MVL will be Vincent's opponent. Still, we would like to see if Yakuboyev actually moves to 6 out of 7 here.
It looks very promising. The g-pawn. The g-pawn, how to hold it. Bishop h3, rook g1, g2. King g3, king h2. Actually, it might be just resigns.
Yeah, it is all coming together here for black.
Bishop d1. Bishop h3. I also feel like if we would have received a guest from Vincent or Magnus, they would have already arrived by now, but who knows? Yes.
We do have someone else here, though.
We have someone else, a very special guest. Let's just wait a second and we will reveal someone who has just scored a very important point, a vital point, and has 6 out of 7. So I'm revealing some secrets. But we are so excited to have him. And Yakuboyev is about to win his game. There is not much to talk about. It's very much resigns territory. I already prepare what I have to prepare. And by now I think everybody understands who the surprise guest is. Exactly, Maxim Vachagraf. Maxim, congratulations for this great win. What an important win. The reason why I'm giving the mouse is that we very much appreciate you joining us, and you have the command. You decide how much and how many lines you want to share with us.
Oh, thank you, Peter. I must say, already on first move, I was surprised with f5. I mean, I understood that Hans wants an unbalanced game, but it felt very risky after g4, so I know Niall played d5 here.
Yeah, this was also our speculation that Magnus wanted an unbalanced game against Vincent with f5, but he was very much afraid of g4.
Yeah, I think so.
Ignore the evaluation bar.
Yeah, the problem is e6, I can always take and c3, and always bishop b3. So, yeah, I mean, maybe there's some way, but after fg, queen g4, knight c6, c3. Okay, I thought e5 was good.
Yes, e5 was good. After d5, did you see the incredible... Yeah, d5, that was the move according to the computer.
Yes, I saw, but I wanted queen g3, knight g6, I assume, and now h4. So maybe I missed something, but okay, you have to take. And I assumed that, okay, I thought I might be a bit slow, but I wanted something like knight d2, knight e3, bishop b3. I don't know in which order. And also I have some bishop a4. I didn't, I thought h4 is strong simply.
But this is the important thing, that you have seen it, you had anticipated, and you had the antidote with it, with h4, yeah?
Well, I mean, supposed antidotes.
Okay, but we are talking about human game, yeah? It's,
no, I saw d5. I saw, for this reason, d6 was inaccurate.
Because d6, queen g2 was brilliant.
Yeah, because now if I go queen e4, now it's d5. So I thought queen g2 is very strong. And because knight e5, bishop b3, and I'm hitting at, so d happened, okay, and yeah, I don't know if I optimize my position, but it feels good to be pawn up.
So you were happy to grab the pawn.
I mean, it's
computer agreed. I was just feeling that maybe black has enough compensation.
Probably, yeah, I underestimated a5, I must say. Because suddenly it's like this typical marshals, but I thought with this pawn on e5 I have always some pressure. I was happy with f4, but Hans defended very well for a while, and already I felt like this should be a draw, for instance. I mean, okay, I was not completely sure about these lines because bishop comes to d2. I mean, it's draw, of course, but
not trivial.
Yeah, not completely obvious. But Hans played again very well for e3, and yeah, I was basically gonna agree to a draw, but I thought one last try, which was very, very dodgy.
He fell into something because we have been focusing on Vincent's game.
Yeah, of course. No, I mean, I don't think Hans fell into anything. I was just, getting sort of in trouble for no reason. Like, I mean, first of all, if you do this, but even in the game, like, I felt, okay, it's double-edged, but at the same time, I mean, I cannot, it's, like I was afraid to be worse. I didn't think about being better, but e3 already, I was like, okay. And here there was this moment. So like I went king b6 because I spent all my time on rook g1, bishop e1. I couldn't find a win. So in the end...
and couldn't he play this bishop d1 business?
Yes, this is what I checked. And I assumed it's a draw.
Wow, what a line.
But you cannot check. So you have to go, for instance, queen a7. I was like looking at this. No, here you have king e3, sorry. So, queen e3, so queen c4, maybe, and okay, something like this. And okay,
yes.
I mean, I was pretty sure it's a draw, but you know.
Can you go back to this king b6? A little later, I told the audience that if I would be playing this game from the white side, and if I would think of to text someone to take over, it is you. Because I think you are the best in the world in calculating all these crazy lines, even with limited time. And yeah, it was so fascinating that you showed us this amazing line.
Yeah, I mean, I was not satisfied with it, and I thought Hans would take on g3 right away.
And what happens if he starts with bishop d1? It will just be transposition, or
at worst, because I can go maybe bishop e1 here.
Aha.
And the thing is, I wanted bishop e1, but here I thought there's some defense. Yes, king c2.
And trapping the rook, yeah, with king b2. Yes. Wow.
So rook g1 was maybe the best try, but here I was not happy with this. Well, computer doesn't agree. So okay, but
then maybe you have bishop e1.
Maybe it's rook f8. Maybe it's rook f8.
Rook f8, yes.
Yeah, rook f8 I missed. Yeah, but I felt the rook on g1 is a bit misplaced. So, but okay, unsurprised me because I thought rook g3 was completely mandatory. And
why you didn't choose king c7 here instead of rook? Instead of king takes c6. I think it's over immediately.
I just thought free pawn, you know.
Yeah,
No,
and then you will collect.
okay,
Yeah?
h1, king b7.
King b7, yes.
Yeah, but I was not. h4,
And then
yeah.
h4, yes.
I forgot that I have.
Yeah,
an
you were
additional
happy
pawn.
already, yeah, that you are taking and you should win,
Yeah.
yes?
Yes, and then it was a bit. Okay, rook c1 I was happy with connection with bishop f2, and yeah, already here it's settled, but.
Yeah, tough game and tough day. After all, yeah, this is already the third double round day, and you have faced today also in the first game Jan Nepomniachtchi. There are no easy games. What do you make of the tournament? How do you like this atmosphere? How much energy you get from the crowd?
No, it's fun. I mean, okay, it's the only issue, but it's impossible to. I mean, with an event this size, there's a lot of noise in the playing hall, and like from the audience, also in the front rows. But you know, there's only so much you can do. But otherwise, of course, it's a great event. I was, you know, yeah, really focused, and the positions, of course. I mean, I'm sure you mentioned this, but they were very much like normal chess
Yes.
for a while. Like especially this morning, it was even a bit disappointing that you know, symmetry was so strong for black.
It felt like c4, c5, g3, g6, right?
Yeah.
Very similar.
I mean, I was considering e4 for white, but it was a bad move. So
It was a bad move, but
yeah.
high five, because I was calling out that why not e4? Let's play e4, knight e3.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, and of course we had this great mirror match. I mean, this is a king and queen. And funny thing, so Jules came to me like maybe 5 minutes before the game, and he told me exactly at that moment, you know, one day we will have the mirror position, so you better have checked it out when it happens.
And did you?
No,
Or it was just before the game.
It
yes.
was just
yes.
before the game. Yeah, yeah.
Wow. He should
And
have said one day before.
yes, but actually I played well, and we had actually a lot of players who have checked it. I mean, not
I
very.
remember in Paris, actually, you remember, you also played there, and
Yes.
there was this closing dinner, and then Abdusatov outside during the gala dinner was showing that, you know, with this, and he was showing these lines, I remember, d4, and then
Yeah.
knight c3, bishop f4, and then I saw Vincent is on the black side, and I saw his face like, if d4 comes, what should I do? And when Mursin played the move 1e4,
I found the way, Caro-Kann.
Caro-Kann, yeah, it's the only. And yeah, tell us what does it mean that Jules Moussa is there on the stage? He feels like such a positive figure. Does he give you the energy because he is doing well in the Open? You guys are good friends.
Yeah, no, I'm happy for him, but okay, right now he has a tough defense, but yeah, it's all great fun. We have also Maxime, who is another member of the French team, so we're all enjoying you know, the limited time we have in between games.
Yes, and I don't know if I may reveal that, okay, I actually mentioned that you were playing with Parham on the terrace prior to the tournament. You were a little bit skeptical about your freestyle play, that maybe you don't have so much experience, and now here you are with 6 out of 7. Are you satisfied? Are you looking forward for tomorrow for the chance of fighting for the title?
I mean, I was skeptical, but not because of lack of experience, just because I was playing very badly. And yeah, I was a bit sick also for the past 10 days before the event. So even at the training camp while sick, so that was a bit of a nightmare. But you know, it's good that I had my bad day. Indeed, the first day, that's what I said, yeah, because even my game was terrible. I was basically lost after 5 moves in the Open, but I survived that, and since then I've been playing pretty well, actually.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, we also don't want to rob your time. You have to recharge, you have to rest. We appreciate very much. Thank you very much, Maxime, for joining us, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow. May the best win.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes, all the best. Yeah, it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with us, ladies and gentlemen, an incredible player, and it is so nice to see him really be having the chance tomorrow to fight for the title. an incredible player, a fantastic person. Everybody is rooting for him. As for many other players in the tournament, an incredible chess festival, the Grenke Chess Festival. Now we are seeing the playing hall. There are still people there. I don't know what's going on. What are the results? I believe, thanks to Sotiris, we will have the chance to look at it and get a clear picture. For the moment, we only know one thing, that Vincent is leading with 6.5 out of 7, 2 more games to go, and there are very strong players and very dangerous players chasing him. Alex, take it away.
Let's see. We actually had the number 1 game in terms of points on board 1, with Vincent and Magnus clashing. And Vincent managed to draw this game after some ups and downs. I think he will be happy with the result. He keeps the lead. Still, it shrinks to half a point because several players won their games. Most notably Maxime, who we just had here, beat Hans Niemann to move to 6 out of 7, as did the Indian player Pranav against Nihal. And Alexei Sarana beat Daniel Hausrat, our local hero, also moving to 6 out of 7, as did Nodirbek Yakuboyev, whose game finished, the game that we left, I think, just about as it was to finish. So we have, that is a total of 4 players joining the chasing pack on 6 out of 7, I believe. And one of them will be playing against Vincent. 2 of them will be playing each other, and 1 will be paired down, possibly against Magnus or against someone else, depending on how the pairings play out. Further down, we also see actually not too many decisive results, some draws here and there, but generally the favorites moving closer to the top of the rankings again.
Yeah, I would like to highlight Marius Dyer, the young German player there, holding his own against Kartikeyan. I think it just shows that, yeah, Germany has many promising young players, and there is the standings after round 7. Vincent Keymer leading alone with 6.5. 2 more rounds to go. What a 2 crazy rounds tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I believe I made a mistake there. Yakuboyev actually did not move to 6. With his win, he moved to 5.5, which is still a very good result and offers some chances, of course, in the last day.
Yeah, so it means that, yeah, we have Sarana, Vasilagraf, and Pranav on 6. Magnus Carlsen, yeah, just terrifying to read those names who are standing on 5.5. Carlsen, Nyepo, Mendonca is great, but of course not. I did not meant his name to be terrible, but Abdusatulov, Yanshistov, Duda, Fedosev is also coming, and Gatakamsky. How nice it is to see Gatakamsky in action and coming up. We might be able to cover his game tomorrow. And look at this. Hans Niemann, who has led the tournament yesterday with 5 out of 5 together with Vincent Keymer, lost 2 games and he has fallen behind. He is sharing 14th place to 45. Yeah, with, oh my God, I can't even count anymore, but that's 30 players kind of.
Yeah, we see that there's a large field coming up behind. And potentially with 2 wins, even those players are still in contention, maybe not for the single spot to qualify, but still for a very high placement.
For very good prize money, yeah. Niemann and Sarin Dominguez, 3 brilliant players leading the pack. Incredible tournament. I just cannot believe what we have witnessed today in Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keymer game. That was crazy. That was very close to heart attack. I don't think that only for me personally, but for so many German fans out there rooting for Vincent. At the beginning or in the middle of the game, Magnus fans were going crazy that will Magnus survive? If not, then Vincent is running away with the tournament. Now, still, everybody has a chance. Tomorrow's 8th round will be super important, yeah, because of course if Vincent wins, then he's in a very good situation, but believe me, all the players with 6 points will do everything in their power to stop him, and of course Magnus, Nyepo are still, Abdusatulov and the others are dreaming, hoping to have a say in who will win this year's Grenke Chess Festival, which is such an enrichment to the chess world. We are covering the freestyle. Let's not forget that there is also the Grenke Classic Open, the Classical Chess Open, which unfortunately we simply have no time to devote because we have non-stop action here with the best players in the world, but also there brilliant players are fighting it out. Alex, I think if that's it, you please say something, because there is unfortunately a very sad news that Alexander is leaving us. Yeah, so this was the last game that we commented together with Alexander. He has to travel to the European Individual Championship. Please share your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Indeed, I believe I will have to abandon my post as your trusty sidekick. I personally don't know who will be on at your side tomorrow, but I'm sure they will do a great job as well for the last and final day. If I'm not entirely mistaken, the last round might be starting earlier. We could maybe...
No. It starts at 10.
No?
10 and 4. There is no change in this. You cannot change it. The players will die. You know, you cannot do that.
It is still my muscle memory that reminds me of the 9 a.m. games. Then all is well. 10 and 4 it is. Yeah, there we see it. All right. That was just me getting nervous there for a second. And yeah, I think we saw a lot of great fights. And everything will be decided tomorrow, as it should be. I think, Peter, you will have a great time tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Possibly with Vincent winning, who I know, even though you're unbiased, you would be happy if it were to happen. And yeah, I can only thank everyone who was here with us, and particularly who stayed with me and one of my first adventures here. So, Peter, I give it off to you.
Yes, before I let you go, I would like to say a very big thank you, Alex, for joining me, joining us, joining all of us. I think you have received so much praise. You have received so much fans out there. You are the brilliant player. You have already proven it last year at the World Cup. And Germany is very much rooting for you and the whole world, I believe. Thank you very much. Yes, we will be back covering all the action tomorrow with a surprise guest. We don't know yet. Yeah, that's the magician Sven Lopez, the tournament director, who has to, you know, the day is just beginning in order to clarify the situation. But yeah, we will find the solution for sure. And we'll be back with all the decisive action, because it is absolutely crazy. Yeah, it is not, of course, I'm rooting for Vincent, but yeah, we have seen the tournament is completely crazy. It can be anybody's tournament, and we have seen what happened to Hans Niemann. He was leading with 5 out of 5, losing 2 games against 2 brilliant players, yeah, with a miss against Vincent. Anything is still possible. Only one thing is for sure, that we will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Covering all the action. Stay with us, come join us, and we will see who wins this fantastic event and takes the ticket to next year's FIDE Freestyle World Chess Championship. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. Are you ready?